everyone. I am not sure if you're going to be able to hear me, but we are currently on recess at Blueprint until 6:15. Essentially, they talked about the budget, and they basically approved the budget. There was a lot of brouhaha about the airport gateway in the first hour of it. I'll play for you some highlights, and hopefully the audio works out.
Madam Chair, so I had a similar thought.
So this was a moment earlier with Commissioner Christian Caban.
So are we not going to discuss the projects that we brought up last meeting? Last meeting, we had a unanimous motion to discuss these projects, and the agenda in front of us just tries to bunch all the projects back together. So are we, for clarification, are we going to have the conversation about that, directors?
Commissioner Caban, I think if any directors specifically want to look at any specific project, I think staff is able to discuss that particular budget.
Why was the agenda laid out like that? We had a unanimous decision. The mayor in the May meeting said he wanted to discuss every project individually. And last meeting, we had unanimous vote to waive procedure. Like, what is this?
Commissioner.
To me, like, it's not even about, we had unanimous decision from the board. And this is just trying to slide this by for a quick vote, and it's unethical. So I'm going to make a substitute motion. To pick up where we were last meeting and discuss the remaining agenda items.
This vote you see basically was because at the last Blueprint meeting, commissioners had asked for a standalone item to come back that was clean, as they call it, which is not kind of all bundled up. And there was a budget item where basically they didn't have the opportunity to discuss them individually, and so that was one exchange there. Here's another. I don't know if I'll be able to play it, guys, but yeah, we're sitting here waiting for the Blueprint meeting to return, and they will be back at 6:15. And so in the meantime, we're just kind of going over what's happened in the meeting so far. If you're here for the $1.8 million developer giveaway item, that is actually next. They've spent the first 3 hours of the meeting talking about the budget workshop, and so then they're going to be in a posture pretty soon here to discuss the two economic development projects. One is the Soma Walls project, which is for $1.8 million. The other is the Foodies item, which is for $100,000 for Foodies. And so they're on recess right now until 6:15, and then we'll bring that back. But basically what has happened at the Blueprint meeting so far is that they've brought the airport gateway down significantly. So the airport gateway has taken a $40 million haircut. And this was kind of motion work that was done by Commissioner Caban. You know, there was originally this effort to do a substantial amendment process, and there's been 2 of those processes so far. And one has been on the Northeast Gateway, which I was part of with Kalarn, and then the other one was for the airport gateway, which happened first in 2018, which is actually for the same segments that are being discussed to be cut today. And so the substantial amendment process was avoided basically because it requires 2/3 votes, and so instead they just capped it off of the budget. The same was attempted to be done a few minutes later with the Northeast Gateway, but they were able to prevent that actually. And so when we come back, they'll be discussing economic development items. And so I'm just going to go off stream now so you guys can enjoy the Blueprint waiting music. realized last time I came on didn't have audio. So here's a recap of where we're at. So the Blueprint meeting began at 3 o'clock, and it went on for 3 hours, just the budget portion of the workshop, and they should be coming back any minute now. They're going to discuss 2 projects that you probably heard about. One is the controversial SOMO Walls project. They're asking for $1.8 million. This is a very politically connected developer that I've covered, and there's been a lot of public outrage about this proposal. And then there's going to be the $100,000 item for foodies shortly after that. It's going to be interesting to see who recuses themselves, who votes how, and there's been some sunshine issues, so they're going to have to clear that. And there's also 2 commissioners who are out of the chambers, which is Commissioner Curtis Richardson and Commissioner Bill Proctor. Commissioner Richardson's on a plane, so I don't think he's going to be joining for the vote. But they should be resuming that any minute now.
Mr. White, we have items that have been pulled from the consent agenda.
Yes, Madam Chair. Item number 4 was pulled by Director Caban, and item number 6 was
So what you all are seeing right now is the Blueprint meeting is coming back to order. They've been on recess since about 5:50, and soon they will be discussing the Soma Walls project and also the $100,000 item for foodies. This whole thing will probably take, I'd say, an hour and a half, 2 hours until the meeting's over, and I'm going to let it go back to them because they're back.
If at all possible, since he was the one who pulled this item?
Oh, he pulled
Yes,
item.
I believe so. Okay, all good.
He's in the door. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Porter. Commissioner Caban, you pulled item 4 from the consent agenda, and we are on item 4 right now. Staff, did you have any comments or presentations on that item? If
We do not have a presentation.
we do
on that,
not,
But we'll
okay.
answer questions.
No, we don't, do
They're
not.
available to answer questions. Commissioner Caban?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry for the delay. I saw there was plantains, and, you know, I'm Puerto Rican, so when they put them plantains in front of me, it's going to take a minute. But I want to go on this for this agenda item with staff option 2. The reason for that, I find where I had it. And the procurement policy, I want to read the proposed change, and this is really what I have the biggest issue with this agenda item. It said the director of place or his or her designee shall have the authority to approve change orders to contracts up to 20% of the original contract amount, provided funding is identified and available in the approved budget. I would like to see this come back to the board in our individual body meetings. So commissioners, what that means, if we have a $100 million contract with a contractor and it's over budget by 20%, which is $20 million, it means staff has the sole authority to approve that contract. That's bad for how this, I believe. So I think that this whole procurement policy, this section, we should have a further conversation with. So I move to accept, I think, a staff option 2 that brings it back to our individual bodies to have a discussion.
Second.
Is there a second
Second.
Madam Chair, I'd like to just clarify,
for clarification?
the agenda item options, the option 2 is to bring back the MWSBE policy to the county and city commissions. As you know, the MWSBE policy is a consolidated policy, applies to the city, county, and Blueprint. And so option 2 will allow, after it goes through the IA board, hopefully will be approved, it will go to the city for their approval, and then the Blueprint policy does not travel to the city and county. That remains here. So if there are any amendments, changes, then that should be done here. That's not implicated by option 2.
That's even better. What I'll do is I'll rescind my motion, and I will have 2 motions. One, I will move to only approve the MWSBE policy for this particular agenda item. And then after discussing that, I want to leave out, or we could do, I guess, in one motion, leave out the procurement policy to discuss individually after.
Okay, Commissioner Caban, let's do this. Let's do one motion at a time, okay? So let's do your first motion and get a second. If there's any discussion, then we'll
Yes,
go to
ma'am.
the next one.
Yes, ma'am. So I move to approve the MWSBE portion, but leave out the Blueprint procurement policy.
Second.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Madam Williams-Cox.
thank you. I guess I'm a little confused because I thought that this agenda item only, it deals with the approval of the updates to the consolidated small business enterprise. Doing is bifurcating them, you're separating them?
Yes, ma'am.
Pulling them apart?
Because I don't have an issue with the MWSBE component of it.
Okay. And the amendments were made to the, okay, to both?
Blueprint procurement.
Okay. All right, okay.
Commissioner Caban, what, you read your concern, what page were you on in the?
So in the procurement, in the agenda material for this,
Right,
it is in the, it's in procurement policy. It's in page 258, attachment 2, page 8 of 9.
258 attachment 89, for benefit of staff, to see where he is.
That's the procurement policy part. So I think right now the motion on the floor is the MWSBE component, and I don't have a problem with that. So
Okay,
if you want to, do we want to go to a vote? You think
so that's basically staff recommendation on that,
on the MWSBE part,
MS,
but without the procurement policy?
absolutely. And I believe it was second by Commissioner William Scott?
Porter.
Oh, Commissioner Porter. Okay, awesome. Is there any further discussion? If not, all those in favor of staff recommendation?
Director O'Keefe has discussion.
Okay, Director O'Keefe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Commissioner Caban, for catching that. As you mentioned, specifically on page 255, the policy, there's another mark here where there's an increase from a $25,000 approval to a $125,000 approval. And so this is just some good oversight and catching some things. And of course, support the change to the MWSBE portion.
Any other comment? All those in favor of Commissioner Caban's motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you. Hearing none. Now, Commissioner Caban, I recognize you to state your other motion.
Yes, ma'am. So I would like to bring this up for discussion amongst the board, but I would like this agenda item, this portion, to line up with more industry standards. So what I'll do is I'll make I'll move so this particular line that reads, the director of place and his or her designee shall the authority to approve change orders to contracts up to 3% of the original contract amount, provided funding is identified and available in the approved budget. So changing from 20% to 3%.
So your motion is to change the authority, director of place, from 20% to 3%
Yes, ma'am.
of the contractual price. Is there a second?
There is a second. There's a second. I'll start with that.
You did second it, Commissioner?
second it.
Okay, thank you. Discussion, Commissioner Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Caban, thank you. As Commissioner O'Keefe mentioned, thank you for catching this. I appreciate it. One thing that might concern me about your proposal here is that bar is very low, especially for rather small contracts where you might have a few $100s of a contract and then that increases. And at each point, that kind of could slow down the process. What I thought you were going to propose was up to 20% for contracts not exceeding X amount, right?
fair.
Which would probably achieve the same thing you're looking for, but yet still enabling the director of place to get through some of the more insubstantial, smaller contract amounts.
So may I respond, Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
So in a perfect scenario, I would open this for discussion amongst the board. Because it was an agenda item, I made a motion to open up discussion. I just believe 20%, especially when we're talking $100 million contracts, it's a lot of money. It's too much flexibility. It's quite frankly too much power for staff without having to come to us. So I'm open for discussion if anyone wants to chime in here. But I do believe somewhere from 3% on contracts that are millions of dollars is pretty much industry standard. Or we could do a dollar amount where any change order over 250,000, right, come before the board for approval. I'm open for discussion here.
Commissioner Williams Cox.
Which industries, which industry standard are you referring to? Governmental, private?
Private sector. I mean, we're
Well,
talking,
okay, with that in mind, the question I would ask then is, what is the governmental industry standard? Because this 20% was not an amendment. This was not new. This was already there, and it came from somewhere. So are we, I want us, I hope we can be consistent across governments as much as possible so that contractors won't be confused. So are we, what is the governmental standard for change order in having the CEO or director making these kinds of decisions? Would be my
Commissioner,
question.
Yes,
If I may.
yes, please.
Madam Chair. Commissioner, I can address the reason for the change. As many of you know, directors, more of our projects are starting to go into construction. As they're going into construction, we're getting a lot of change orders. The current process, as you can see here, from what is strike through, is that the change orders up to 20%, so even if it's, $5 more, would have to go through the IMC, which is the city manager and the county administrator for approval. That's a process that does take some time, and it may take up to 2 weeks, including sign off by the city clerk on changes that are needed to be made. This change is proposed in order to speed that process up a little bit and be more responsive to paying our contractors who we have an agreement with to get them paid and to pay the invoices timely, and to make sure that we streamline the process now that we have more of our projects going into construction or actually in construction. And as one of the directors stated just a few minutes ago, the 20% is not changed. That was always there, and that's been there for quite some time. It's just the authority is being proposed to change from the IMC to the director of place to make the projects move a little quicker and to be more responsive to our contractual obligations with firms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that having been said, that was the 20% is not new. What is new is who will have that authority.
Yes, that's correct.
And knowing, with purchase orders and change orders, we have a certain amount of time that we have to respond, or there is penalty for financial penalty for not responding timely to these. And so what you're saying that this has done is to take it from having to bring the big body, a large group together, the IMC together, but to have the director of place to move forward with, keep things moving.
That's correct. And as you'll notice, the next paragraph, number 2,
Right.
it does state that if there are change 20%, it comes to this board.
Right.
And that has been the case. That has not changed.
And I'm going to say that I'm okay with that because from what I've seen, it's in alignment with other parts of government that we're currently operating in. And while I'm not an attorney, but I'm sure that your attorneys recognize and know this as well. And I'm not familiar with industry standards. That's not my line of work. But I do believe in efficiency and not costing us money because we can't get meetings of people who every time you need a change order done, and it's a minute. I know it's millions, but 20% as opposed to the other 80%. I think I'm okay with the police director having that responsibility to keep the engines moving.
on point, Madam Chair.
On point. Yeah.
Commissioner Williams-Cox, Madam Vice Chair. I think what we could do here, if you're open to, is find a level of ground that creates a responsible spending method. So I agree with you. In business, sometimes you have to move quick. You have to make decisions quick. The last thing I want to do is slow down projects because our projects are already behind. But I also think it's important to have a safety measure and of accountability. And so let's talk about what if we put a threshold, right? So any change order over $1 million has to come before the board. Because we're talking significant money. We know the Northeast Gateway, there could be 50 million plus contracts with vendors, with general contractors, and change orders can very easily stack up to be millions of dollars, and the board has no idea till it's done. So I think that, you know, it aligns with some of the fiscal responsibility measures that we've talked about. But I agree with you. I don't think that we should be looking to slow down projects.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Caban. Commissioner O'Keefe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, my suggestion here would be is that we just don't vote for this change. And the reason I say that is we, a number of the directors, myself included, have expressed and experienced frustration in the level of information we're able to get from staff when we make decisions and the level of responsiveness and information that we get. And this is why this is unfortunately a surprise to me, admittedly, is we had an agenda item that staff wrote up that described changes to MWSBE policies, did not mention this policy change that delegates authority further down below to designees that don't directly report to us. And so I'm not going to make substitute motions or anything. I'm just going to mention this, is we don't have to do something on this. Given concern response trying to do on different agenda items that come back and back and back is to leave this the way it is. The current policy that was changed, the current policy is director of place, blueprint director, and director of OV up to $25,000. Further down, the Intergovernmental Management Committee has the authority. We'll leave it the same. I just don't feel comfortable increasing the amount of delegation currently, given what we are experiencing. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Keefe. If there's no other comments.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
I was late. I mean, I hear everybody's comments. I think the best thing to do is to just bring this back to our next meeting for discussion with recommended changes. I'm open to a threshold at any level, 500,000 to $1 million. I understand the percentages without knowing the scope of how high they could go is a cause. While it is in the current policy, it is just good practice to review that and see where it is, as well as the policy above it that gives the IMC the authority to award any contract as long as it's within the total budget amount, because that can vary widely, and we may have some oversight over that as well. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. So hearing the comments, Commissioner Caban, are you prepared to withdraw your motion, or you want to move forward with it?
What I'll do is, I agree actually with Commissioner Matlow here. What I'll do is I'll amend my motion to bring this, are we able to bring this back with an agenda item with different feedback from staff to look at amending this current procurement policy here? I'll amend my motion to that.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Matlow?
Second.
Okay. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm trying to determine what is it we're asking staff to bring back. Either we leave it like it is with the IMC, or it goes to the place director. I just don't want staff to be spinning wheels on something that's frivolous when they could really be doing some really agenda work. So what would they come back? If you leave it as it is, this is what has happened. Or if you change it, this is what it changes to. So what would we expect to get back? Is my question. Either we leave it as it is and not accept this change, or accept the change and keep it moving. I'm just not sure what we expect staff to bring back to us.
Thank you.
Other than the option to leave it as it is or change it, which is what they've given to us today.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Williams-Cox. I agree that it wasn't specific enough. So if the $1 million that was thrown out earlier with an option to cap the contract adjustments at $1 million instead of 20% would be one option. And then staff, as part of the analysis, can bring us back maybe every time this policy has been used over the last couple of years, so we have an idea of what type of, when this is being used and if we're stepping on their toes and that sort of thing, or if we're going down the right track. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
If that's a friendly amendment.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Do you have your, okay,
Yes, ma'am. So
Commissioner Caban?
what I'm trying to do is just get board engagement on this. So I do, just because it's been here doesn't mean that it's good active policy. Admittedly, because it's on the agenda item, it drew my attention. If it wasn't an agenda item, it wouldn't have drawn my attention. But knowing that this is in place as a policy, I think this is bad policy, and let me explain why. It's very easy for contractors to come bid on a project, underbid a project, so they get awarded a bid, okay? They win the bid, they're the lowest bidder. Then they start feeding you change orders, and the change order after change order after change order. And after the change orders stack up, they're not really the lowest bid anymore, but they're still engaged on the project. So I'm telling you from experience, this is not good policy, okay? It leaves it's too vague. It gives too much control and authority to staff, and it's not good practice. So what I'll do is I agree with Commissioner Matlow and Commissioner Williams-Cox. I also agree with you. We shouldn't be looking to slow staff down. So I think this is where I would like to start, is if we get, and I encourage feedback, but any change order over $1 million needs to come before the board, and in any project and change orders that aggregate $5 million total should also come before the board. So that means if we have 10 change orders for $500,000, every change order after that has to come before the board. Any change order over $1 million has to come before the board. Guys, this is good practice. And let me tell you something, if staff is doing their work, we shouldn't have change orders.
So Commissioner Caban, you're amending your original motion now for a substitute motion, or you're abandoning your first motion?
I'm amending my motion to have any change order over $1 million needs to come before the board, and on per project, any aggregate total of $5 million needs to come for the board.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Matlow, second. Commissioner Williams-Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to keep going back and forth on this. This 20% has been here all these years, all this time. The only change here is who has the authority, and it didn't come to the board. It went to the IMC. So I still say that, but I'm whatever the will of this body is, that's what it is. But I want to just caution us to, once again, let's not dig in on staff about if they're doing their job, then this won't happen. That can't be. We can't do that. That's not good business, because we rely on staff to do what we ask them to do, and they're doing that. So change orders happen, and staff has nothing to do with that. And knowing how many times we've executed this in the past 2 years still doesn't tell us anything. So I just don't want this staff tied up doing stuff that's not going to be meaningful. It's not meaningful to me to know how many times we used in the past 2 years. The question here is, do we want it to be with the IMC or with the director of place? And I don't have a problem with the up to $1 million. We'll begin to see what that volume is. And I think that you'll find that as we get into all these construction projects, that's going to be a lot of volume. It really is. It hadn't been up to this point, but it's going to be. So, if that's what you want to do, that's how you're going to spend your time, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Let's have the motion, vote on the motion on the floor. Madam Clerk, if you will call. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see your call. Commissioner Maddox.
Well, item 4, correct?
Yes, consent agenda item 4 was pulled.
I agree with Commissioner Williams-Scott. I'm willing to take it a step further. I believe that we're in a good place. I appreciate the report that was written. Staff done a good job with the report. With that being said, I'll go ahead and make a substitute motion. Move staff recommendation of options number 1 and 2.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we've got a second. Commissioner Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Commissioner Caban is right to bring this up. The percentage hasn't changed from 20%. It's still 20%. But as we've already said, what has changed is the person that approves that. We've gone from the IMC, which is 2 people that get together and review these changes, to 1 person. And I trust you implicitly, but we can't, when you design processes and systems, you can't think of the person. You have to think of the, who might come after Artie, right? The way it's written right now, theoretically, the director of place could get a change order from a contractor, his brother, his uncle, and approve it without having to go through the IMC or come to this body. And so therein lies a potential point of corruption. So that, I think, is what Commissioner Caban is bringing up, one example of how this could be abused. And so I'm fine with the 20% so long as you have more than one person reviewing and approve it, which is what we had before this edit was made, or having to be the director of place, but then have something along the lines of what Commissioner Caban is talking about, a $1 million threshold, but then also adding a percentage so that if you have a change order for something that's $1 million, but it's a very small amount, that shouldn't impede the progress of the project. It's kind of balancing what Commissioner Williams-Cox says in terms of efficiency, but yet still putting forth some checks and balances that Commissioner Caban is looking for. So I know it's a very small part of the procurement policy, but it's an important part. I don't want to go back and forth too much, but I think we do need to make some change. Either we stick with 20% and the IMC, or we continue with the director of place with this edit, but then put in a threshold and a small percentage amount to give him the ability to make these approvals for the small change orders. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Minor. Let's have a roll call on the substitute motion, which is to accept staff recommendation. Mr. Mayor? Oh, okay. Which is to accept staff recommendation, moved by Commissioner Maddox, I believe second by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Madam Clerk, may we have roll call vote, please?
Mayor Daley?
Aye.
Commissioner Matlow? Commissioner Porter?
Nay.
Commissioner Williams-Cox?
Aye.
Commissioner Caban?
No.
Commissioner Cummings?
Yes.
Commissioner Maddox? Commissioner Minor?
No.
Commissioner O'Keefe?
No.
Commissioner Welch?
Yes.
So it looks like it fails unless the commissioners who are remote still on.
Commissioner Proctor, I believe, is not back on, correct? And Commissioner Richardson had a plane flight. So the motion,
It fails.
the motion failed. So now we'll go to the original motion made by Commissioner Caban. Can you briefly,
Yes.
succinctly restate it?
Any change order over $1 million must come before the IA board. Aggregate total per project, $5 million. Anything after that must also come before the IA board for approval.
Okay, and I believe we had a second on it already. Okay. Madam Clerk, may we have a roll call vote?
Mayor Daley?
Aye.
Commissioner Matlow?
Aye.
Commissioner Porter?
Aye.
Commissioner Williams-Cox?
Yes.
Commissioner Caban?
Aye.
Commissioner Cummings?
Yes.
Commissioner Maddox? Commissioner Minor?
Yes.
Commissioner O'Keefe?
Yes.
Commissioner Welch?
Okay, thank you. Thank you all so much. Consent agenda item 6 was pulled. And
By Director
Mr.
O'Keefe.
Okay, that's Director O'Keefe. Do you all have a presentation on that at all, Mr. Director?
We do not have a presentation, but we're happy.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Keefe.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think if it's your will, Commissioner Matlow had pulled 5, and I was going to let him go in order.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand you.
Sure, Madam Chairman, if it's your prerogative, item 5 was also pulled by Commissioner Matlow, and I would defer to him to go in order.
Oh, that's right, and I apologize. It was pulled right before we started. So we'll defer to consent item number 5.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be very brief. This item, we currently meet 6 times a year. This would reduce our meetings to 4 times a year. Considering we're 4 hours in and we're still on consent, I think less meetings will make our days much longer. So I will move, I believe it's option 2, to keep the 6 meeting schedule.
Second.
Any discussion? Is your name card up, Commissioner Maddox, to discuss changing to 6 meetings?
Yes, I'll make a motion, substitute motion for making it 4.
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, may we have a roll call vote? On option 1.
Mayor Daley,
Aye.
Commissioner Matlow,
Nay.
Commissioner Porter,
Nay.
Commissioner Williams-Cox,
Aye.
Commissioner Caban,
Aye.
Commissioner Cummings,
Yes.
Commissioner Maddox,
Aye.
Commissioner Minor,
Nay.
Commissioner O'Keefe,
No.
Commissioner Welch,
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And Commissioner Proctor is still not on.
That passes.
Thank you. So that motion did pass. Consent agenda item number 6 was pulled. Mr. Director?
And we also do have speakers on item number 6.
Okay. Madam Clerk, who are our speakers?
Our next speaker is Nate Davis, followed by Wyatt Hendricks, then Max Epstein. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Nita Davis, and my address is 1111 East Paul Russell Road, Tallahassee. And I'm a director with Friends of Lake Munson. And I'm going to jump around. I apologize. It's been a long day. I know all of you are tired. I'm going to bring up 2 things and then jump to really the purpose why I'm here. But I'm going to just run by, and everybody remember, because I'm not going to forget, Lake Hall School. And we never, and I know this is blueprint, but neither the city nor the county can find money for this. But yet we're spending millions of dollars, and parts of that millions are on, just beautifying, And we're looking at a African-American school that was built in 1870 by men that were slaves for their children. And somehow the city nor the county nor anyone can find the money to save this school. And it will fall down. It's only a matter of time. So I digress. And one other thing, I just want to mention it. I'm never going to mention it again. But everyone knows there was a skull found on Zyla Road, because they're doing all that construction for the Fairview School. Well, back when Zyla Road was first paved over, and I've told everyone, but I'm going to let you guys know too, and I'm never mentioning it again. There's an African-American cemetery under that road. And the reason why I know is because we were there when they were paving it, and our dog brought home a leg bone. And my dad went down to investigate, and it was an African-American cemetery that they paved over. And this time when they found the skull, they were asked, should we keep on digging? And they said, no, just proceed with what you're doing. So I'll drop that too, and I'll go on to why I'm here. Yesterday, the other day, let's see, what's today? I don't even know, someday this week, I went to a town hall meeting at Jack McLean Park on the south side. And, you know, I'm sorry, guys, but I hope it didn't check off any box. I mean, that was the sorriest thing I've ever been to. I walked in, there was no one there to tell you what to do, and I thought it was going to be a town hall meeting, and then with Q&As. I walk in, and there's like these poster boards around at when you go to your
30
fifth grade
seconds.
class. Pardon? Okay, well, anyway, you were supposed to put little sticky dots on what you thought was important, like for multi-housing, I mean, for low-cost housing or middle-class housing, all they had was like apartments and condos. So I didn't put anything, because I think that you, just because you're low, you know, low income, you don't need to live in multi-unit, dwellings. And so anyway, it was horrible. But somewhere in the city or the county, that box is going to be checked that there was a town hall meeting. Wow. And guess what? It was all white women like me. That was the saddest part of it. Here I am at Jack McLean Park, all bunch of little old white women. You know, it was a joke. And then I'm just here too to say that Lake Munson is the most egregious racial injustice that we know about and we have all participated in since it's, you know, since I can remember. And guess what, guys? I can remember Lake Munson 1940s.
Ms. Davis, would you?
And it was a sandy bottom lake. And I want to know, you guys are all up here saying, we got to stick to the program. We got to spend this money. We allocated this money. Well, where is all this gone for Lake Munson?
Thank you, Ms. Davis.
Absolutely criminal. And we shouldn't have to sue to get it done. And we are going to.
Thank you so much.
Next speaker is Wyatt Hendricks, followed by Max Epstein. Name and address for the record, please.
Wyatt Hendricks, 1357 Tom Still Road. I'm a Director and Vice Chairman of Friends of Lake Munson, Inc. Recently, at the last County Commission meeting, Craig Diamond asked that we hold a joint, that the county hold a joint city-county Cascades 4/Lake Munson Stormwater Workshop to discuss this project and Lake Munson. In addition, it was promised the authors of the planning study and engineers of the project would be present to answer questions. We are asking for this body to make a motion and follow through. Last year, Blueprint actually promised Craig Diamond that this would happen, but it didn't. The reason for having a workshop is so that we have scientists that work with us, and they are out there looking at the lake and the ditches all the time. And the other side of that is that Max will get into it about Cascades 4. You're being asked to accept a status report on Cascades 4. I've been a resident of Lake Munson for 35 years. Many more promises made over the years by the city and county to restore Lake Munson, including Blueprint 2000's Capital Cascades project to clean up the central drainage ditch and the water coming into Lake Henrietta and Lake Munson. This project is now years overdue and has been substantially changed from the original project. They removed 100 acres of storm water facility from that project. Now there is virtually no stormwater treatment at all in the Lake Munson Basin. Lake Munson does not have a chance. I just want to point out that the engineering studies that were made as part of the Cascades development thing That study was integrated with an entire stormwater
30
management
seconds.
plan. Okay, well, bottom line is, if this project does not go through the substantial amendment process, we will be forced to take legal action against Blueprint to keep their promise to the voters and the taxpayers. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Hendricks.
Our final speaker on number 6 is Max Epstein. Name and address for the record.
Max Epstein, 1001 San Luis Road. So I'm here to echo those comments, and if you don't mind going back actually to the beginning real fast, and then I will go through. Again, in 2019, you approved this item that said that you were going to get a planning study back, it says right there, and an updated concept pending IA board approval. Sounds great. Autumn, we talked about this. I was excited to hear it. Next slide, please. Now, what did you actually approve? You said you authorized Blueprint to advertise, negotiate, contract, to do it all, permit it, and construct it according to the IMC. Next slide, please. Again, the original project scope was $37 million. That's $65 million in today's dollars. Now it's down to $587,000. Next slide. This is what the voters paid for. This is what we got. And I'd like everyone at this table to ask yourself, was this substantially amended? We heard this over and over again about the 3 projects you just discussed. If you took out one roadway segment, substantial amendment, you took out 100 acres, you have 4 acres of it left, and that's being generous. Next slide, please. Now, this is the project description. This is the Blueprint 2000 project. It was used as a punching bag. It was defunded to fund Cascades Park and the bridge and other things like that. And remember, this project was supposed to be 4 times the size of Cascades Park down Lake Bradford. Now, wouldn't that be revitalization for the South Side? And these are all the things that are highlighted that do not meet the current project. Next slide. I had to do public records requests to even find out about the airport gateway. We know that there are 5 ponds, 3 of them that are going to be going in the Cascades area. One of the ponds proposed for this project is actually an airport gateway pond. And that means every person that goes and develops there has to build their own pond instead of having it done already. Next slide, please. The whole goal was for significant stormwater treatment flood control south of Orange Avenue. Everyone who lives in Section 6, sorry, it ain't happening. Next slide, please. You even did a study that said this new updated concept with its small footprint would be insufficient to mitigate existing flood conditions or significantly reduce. What are we spending $20 million on? Next slide. Sorry, everyone who lives around there, you're not getting flood reduction. Next slide. Now, if you look at what's coming into Lake Munson, there's the phosphorus. You see that green level? That's a healthy lake. That's what this project is supposed to do, to clean up the water. And if you don't reach that, which should be the goal of Capital Cascades 4, you will never have a clean lake. And if you don't mind, Madam Chair, I have 30 more seconds. Next slide, please. Now, you applied for a $5 million grant. Let's look at all the other grants that have been awarded for similar projects. 16 mil local match, 14 from the state, 13, 14. You could be doubling your money right now with an actual real concept. So I included it at the bottom, the Lake Munson Watershed Restoration Sediment Removal Project. Why don't we try to go after 20 or 25 mil? And ask me, has this project been substantially changed from 100 acres of stormwater treatment to a concrete ditch? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Epstein. Is that our final speaker?
That is our final speaker on number 6.
Thank you. Mr. Director, do you have any presentation on agenda item number 6?
We do not, but we're happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioners, Commissioner O'Keefe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you just briefly let us know, following up from that, did this go through a substantial amendment process, and if not, how that changed in timeline?
Okay, Commissioner O'Keefe, I didn't quite understand your question. What were you asking if it went through a substantial amendment process?
Yeah, if this was considered a substantial amendment in the past and went through the process, that was all.
Okay, and you're talking about Capital Cascades Trail segment that's before us right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
If I may. So Capital Cascades Trail Segment 4 is the fourth and final phase of a very large project that's been underway with Blueprint 2000 since the inception of Blueprint 2000. The master plan for Capital Cascades Trail 4 was adopted by this body in 2005. So that was before the improvements were made on Franklin, Cascades Park, and of course continuing down along FAMU Way for Cascades Trail Segment 3.
Director Caller, can you speak directly in your mic?
Yeah,
You're really
sorry, I
not
felt
being
like-
heard. Okay.
So the Capital Cascades Trail is a very large project, and it's been underway since really before 2005 for the Blueprint Intergovernmental Agency. In 2005, a master plan was adopted. Since then, Blueprint has made its way down the trail with Segment 1, Segment 2, Segment 3, and now we're in Segment 4. The Segment 4 project has had the benefit of all of those years, and by that I mean a substantial amount of improvements have been made by the city and the county to improve Lake Munson, and I know you recently had the update at the Board of County Commissioners meeting on Lake Munson. I think it was $290 million has been invested in the Lake Munson Basin over the last 4 years. And in addition to that, on a smaller scale, there's been a considerable amount of improvements that have been made just in the Cascades Trail Segment 4 project area. So when we look at Cascades 4 today, we take into account the improvements that have been made. And in 2005, the master plan for Cascades 4 included the creation of stormwater treatment facilities north of Orange Avenue. Those stormwater treatment facilities have already been constructed by the City of Tallahassee with the Tallahassee Junction Pond and the Bond Pond. In addition, the City of Tallahassee has also done the armoring of the central drainage ditch itself. So that was a major investment that the city undertook probably about 5 to 10 years ago. So the improvements that Cascades 4 was intended to make north of Orange Avenue, for example, have already been made by the city. So no need for a substantial amendment because those improvements have already been made. And so we can say that that part of the project is complete. Now, in terms of property acquisition, there have been properties that have been acquired. In the early 2000s, Blueprint went through a grant application for the Florida Communities Trust to acquire properties along Segment 4. And those properties are being utilized today for the purposes of this project. We mentioned the flood reduction in the area, and I just want to just hit on that for a moment, too. The concept plan that you have included and discussed in this agenda item includes reducing flooding on 45% of the homes that are within the Callan and Liberty Park neighborhoods that are currently within the 100-year floodplain. So that's a flood reduction benefit. There will be water quality benefits to this project as well. And those all contribute towards better water quality discharging into Lake Munson. One of the reasons that this project isn't really focusing as hard on the water quality element is because the water quality going into Lake Munson has already improved so much that it would take a substantial amount of land and dollars, and almost at kind of because the water is actually at a point now where it's improved so much that you'd have to pour tons and tons and tons of money and land into actually making an improvement. And at that point, you have a law of diminishing returns. So let's see, so water quality, flood reduction, we check that. Oh, another main component of Cascades Trail 4 are the greenway components and the trail connectivities. North of Orange Avenue, Blueprint has already worked to provide pedestrian connections to the Bond neighborhood, and we have one more underway that'll start construction with this project in 2004. And of course, south of Orange Avenue, we have connections to the neighborhoods down there, helping people to access these recreational spaces that will be created through this project. It also includes the creation of a new park on land that was acquired by the Florida Communities Trust. And in that park, that's where we start to see some of the water quality improvement aspirations and edible landscape and good stuff like that. We did hold a community meeting earlier this year where we had about 200 people attend. It was a great showing at Pineview Elementary School. We've included all of the citizen comments from that public meeting in here as well. And yeah, I look forward to completing this project, and any other questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I move accept staff report.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Keefe. No other comments? Let's have a vote. I believe was the motion. Motion and second, okay. For staff recommendation, which is really a report and a status update. So all those, I think we can do this perhaps maybe without a voice. All those in favor of the motion on the floor accepting staff recommendation, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Thanks. Any opposition? Hearing none. Thank you so much. I believe we have concluded all the consent items that were pulled, Mr. Director.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, so that moves us to item number 7. Do we have any public comment?
Max Epstein. Name and address for the record, please.
Is this item 8?
7.
7, oh, the
Lake Lafayette, St. Mark's.
Thank you. So I've made a suggestion here. Commissioner O'Keefe, I know this is in your district. The Falls Chase parcel is on the essential list for Florida Forever. It has been for some time. There were negotiations at one point to try to have the state purchase it years ago. I'm not sure what happened. The county, I'm not sure what happened. But I'd like you all to consider returning an item to contact Florida Forever and see if they would make an offer to the developer and work with Blueprint in the county. And you want to talk about one of the most important remnant parcels that we have left, it's Falls Chase, because that is where our drinking water is in Upper Lake Lafayette. That goes directly down to Wakulla Springs. It's on the essential list, and this is money that can come from the state. Free. They just awarded a $77 million award for some land in South Florida. So why not try? We have this focus on Wakulla Springs. It's time to do something. So please return that. You know, Blueprint used to have something called the Sensitive Lands Committee, where sensitive lands, environmental lands, and Blueprint 2000 were actually acquired. I think you should take it off the website now because it doesn't exist. That's what Blueprint was for, was gray and green infrastructure, and they acquired a lot of really nice stuff in Blueprint 2000. We have no money at all allocated in Blueprint 2020. So this is an opportunity here for you to work with the state and maybe not even use your own money to create one of the best and most beautiful parks in this entire county. There are Native American sites there, all sorts of stuff, and the way it's been developed so far has basically been a clear cut. That's our drinking water. So, Commissioner O'Keefe, I hope that you ask for that item to come back. Never hurts to try, right? Let's try. Thanks.
Thank you.
That was our final speaker for 7.
Thank you. That was our final speaker on this particular item. Commissioners, I will entertain a motion, or Commissioner O'Keefe.
Madam Chair, does staff want to go over the item?
We do have a presentation.
Oh, you do have a presentation? Okay. Yes.
So this item is in response to the IA Board's direction from May of earlier this year to bring back an item discussing the implementation of a trail along Appalachian Parkway from Conner Boulevard up to the Appalachian Regional Park within the context of the Lake Lafayette and St. Mark's Regional Linear Park Project, which we just kind of call the Linear Park Project at this point. It's kind of a long name there. So just as by way of background, the Linear Park project is intended to connect a substantial amount of recreational trails by trail connections themselves and recreational facilities like the Appalachia Regional Park, the St. Mark's Headwaters, Tom Brown Park, for example. It also includes a floodplain study for Lower Lake Lafayette, which is underway. That's underway by the Northwest Florida Water Management District, which is a great leveraging opportunity for us because that'll help us to save about $200,000 in this project and get the floodplain study that we need. But a substantial success in this project is the construction and leveraging of the trail along Upper Lake Lafayette, and that's leveraging the Falls Chase developer. As a matter of fact, just to kind of provide some insight into some of the background on the Falls Chase development, in 2015, the IA board authorized the use of blueprint funds to match a state acquisition application to the Florida Forever program. The Buck Lake Alliance was putting forward an application, and the intergovernmental agency said, we're not interested in acquiring and using blueprint funds for the entirety of the Falls Chase parcel, but we are interested in preserving about 50 acres on Upper Lake Lafayette in order to build the trail. The developer at that time was contacted by the state and ultimately was not a willing seller to the state of Florida for the Florida Forever program. But they were interested in providing a conservation easement on Upper Lake Lafayette, and they then dedicated that easement for the use for this trail. And they also provided the design and a commitment to reduce a lot of the invasive species on Upper Lake Lafayette, and then Blueprint could build the trail. And that's the leveraging piece that we see, where dedication of that land for the trail, and then they will construct it at an amount not to exceed, which is always turns out to be a good deal for Blueprint when we see these rising construction prices. So that's moved forward, and that's certainly been a success in this project. Now, looking just at a trail on Appalachia Parkway, what we have found over the last couple of years that many of the trail connections in this project are infeasible. The FWC has told us under no condition would they allow us to build a boardwalk through their lands in the Kirk Edwards Wildlife Area. It relies on easements on a lot of private properties, using railroad right-of-way where they haven't given the approval to use it. So that left us with looking for alternative connections that fall within the boundaries of this project. And a trail along Appalachia Parkway from essentially Conroe Boulevard to the regional park is about a little over 3.5 miles. And it would provide that pedestrian connection between those two major recreation destinations. The cost estimate for this park is, for this trail is $6.6 million. And the budget that you have presented and discussed earlier today includes funding in this project for 2039, an amount of $15.8 million, which could be used to fund that trail. And our recommended action today is to accept the status update on the Regional Linear Park project.
Thank you, Madam Director. Commissioner O'Keefe.
Yeah, a quick question, and I'm ready for, I'll make a motion. Is my understanding correct? If we accept report, then this plan is the plan when we look for funding in 2039 with the new path.
Yes, please.
Yeah, well, we would definitely look to this as a potential option to make that connection to the regional park. Another thing is that Appalachia Parkway is in the DOT's right-of-way. You know, Blueprint, the CRTPA, other organizations, city, county have all been really successful in getting DOT to pay for improvements like this. And it's certainly something that we could start to talk to DOT about.
Thank you. I move accept staff report.
Thank you. Is there a second? Mayor? Commissioner Maddox? Okay, we've got a motion to accept the staff report. All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
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 Any opposition, the same sign? Hearing none. Thank you, Madam Director Carter, so much. Now we're on agenda item number 8. Are there any speakers on this particular?
Yes, Madam Chair. Our first speaker is Stanley Sims, followed by James Jackson, then Max Epstein.
Thank you. Mr. Sims.
Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Stanley Sims. I'm at 1320 Avondale Way, and I'm just having a massive back cramp right now. I'm here because I'm concerned about government-funded liquor stores on the south side. Government-funded. We already, and that's an exaggeration, it's a distillery, a beer distillery, across the street from another beer distillery that came to this very same, I don't know if it was this board, but I know they came to the city, and they said, if you don't give us the money, we're gonna open it up anyway, which they did. Then now we've got another beer distillery opening up on Gain Street. They didn't ask for $3 million in government funding. I think they got a little under 200,000. Why are we putting government-funded liquor stores on the south side? I ain't asking why are we funding liquor stores, because if a brother came up here and wanted to fund marijuana or trap house, it's the same thing. But then here's this. We get here in 6 days. I got bad credit. It don't take the bank 6 days to turn me down. And so every financial expert in Tallahassee said, oh, this is a great project, but we don't think that it's financially sound. Let me skip to my part, because I don't want my time to run out before I get to my good punchline. Explain this to me. Explain this to me. We got kids killing other kids. We got high violent crime in our community. We got food deserts. We got individuals just like me that don't have no money.
30 seconds.
But OEV didn't give me all of these options that ain't written down. It's on a need-to-know basis. And I'm one brother need to know, and I ain't gonna stop coming till I know. I'll be back for...
Next speaker is James Jackson, followed by Max Epstein, then Anita Bushniakova. James Jackson. Our next speaker is Max Epstein. Max Epstein. Name and address for the record, please.
Max Epstein, 1001 San Luis Road. Well, you know, we came before this body last time around to try to save those homes. We tried to get Blueprint to acquire them under the History and Culture Trail. We were told it has to be a new project, right? Fortunately, we found the funding and the homes are being moved. I got to give a shout out to John Reddick and Growth Management who helped make this happen. But we're here to talk about this non-competitive grant, right? So we're gonna have $2.5 million going towards a distillery and a mall, commercial development. We're in an environment where rates are high and someone made a bad business decision. And now we want to subsidize this person even farther. We rejected funding proof across the street. I heard Mr. Richardson have strong comments about why we shouldn't support them, but this is different. Why did Ology, how could they open a distillery and be just fine? Well, we got that non-competitive agreement. I'm pretty sure Keith knew we would never qualify for that. We had to go through, this ELV committee. We had just a few days, and it seems like they're just got pushed through without that recommendation. We came and asked for a loan, and I think someone said, I don't think Blueprint's in the loan business, right? Well, they're asking for a loan, right? So all the things we asked for, they're getting. So for us, it's no. Why is that? Think about 2.5 mil, what that can fund. How about some performing arts? That was another thing that bothered me about this project. All about the arts. So tell me, are you paying the artists? How much in the budget? There was a musician that joined one of these focus sessions, and they said, all right, so we can get paid? Like, what's going on? I don't know. You can put a mural up on anything and call it art.
30
but you
seconds.
need to support the artists themselves. You could spend this money to create something really nice on the South Side, somewhere people want to gather for music and art. But what are you funding? You're funding a private business, a distillery. That's not what that area needs, I don't think. And from my time working with the Frenchtown folks, they don't want that kind of thing in their neighborhood either.
Our
Thank you,
next
Ms.
speaker is
Epstein.
Anita Bushnell-Cova, followed by Jordan Scott, then Dot Inman Johnson. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, good evening. My name is Anita Bushnikova. My address is exempt from public record due to my involvement with the Guardian Ad Litem program. Thank you for giving me your time and consideration here tonight. I want to start off by saying that Soma Walls and Wells Distillery is a lot more than just a liquor store. It's a place where people will be able to gather, where artists will be able to display their art, and where the community can thrive. I work on the south side of town, and I'm there every day. I, for one, am very excited to see a significant economic involvement and investment on that side of town. It needs it. And also, further, it's okay to have competition. It's okay to have one place and another place across the street, because they're not all that similar. Now, I will tell you that I have significant financial expertise and background, and I have looked at the finances of this project, and it is fiscally sound and something that this agency should continue to support as it has supported in the past. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jordan Scott, followed by Dot Inman Johnson and Margaret Moore. Name and address for the record, please.
Yes, hi, my name is Jordan Scott, 1919 Dawsey Street, apartment 232303. I'm here on behalf of the Big Bend chapter of Northwest Florida Federation of Labor, that's the AFL-CIO. I assume some of you have heard of the AFL-CIO. There are many different special interest groups who will lobby on one side or the other about this issue. One being Grow Tallahassee, who will ask you to vote in favor of spending tax dollars on behalf of developers. Well, we are organized labor, and our only interest is the well-being and livelihood of working people in the Big Bend, and in this case, Leon County. I'm here to tell you definitively that working people do not support spending $1.8 million to bail out a failed project that does nothing to benefit working people in this area, and ask you to vote no on this project. My understanding is that when a successful business wants to make an investment, they take out a loan. What people here may or may not know is that at the state and federal levels, the political fault lines are generally drawn between Republicans and Democrats. But at the local level, the political fault lines fall between big money developers and tax-paying workers. This right here is not a partisan issue. It is simply a matter of spending priorities. What I know from my work as a union member and as a researcher is that workers, whether they put an R, a D, an I, or even a G by their name, do not like to see their tax dollars spent on frivolous projects that do not benefit working people. So build a retail and commercial place with a distillery or not. but do not do it with the hard-earned dollars of workers in Tallahassee, because we already know what to expect. An establishment like this will not decrease poverty in the area. It will not bring much-needed, well-paying jobs to the community. The few jobs that it will bring will be low-paying service work. Guess what? We already have plenty of service jobs in Tallahassee, which tend to be low-paying, sometimes abusive, and are aggressively resilient to unionization of workers. If you need proof of this, just look at the ongoing campaign at Starbucks across the country. Grow Tallahassee has their networks, which are funded by powerful, wealthy development interests. But hear me when I say that labor, both the organized and unorganized, we have our people too. And our people are hardworking taxpayers, and we object to this bailout of a project with so many negatives and too few benefits for
30
workers.
seconds.
As you vote today, you'll have to choose, in the words of the old Union hymn by Florence Reese, which side are you on? Thank you.
Next speaker is Dot Inman Johnson, followed by Margaret Moore, then Serenity Williams. Name and address for the record, please.
Dot Inman Johnson, 2121 Trescott Drive, Tallahassee. And I have no idea why we are talking about investing another $1.8 million of taxpayer dollars on a business that we've already committed $1.6 million. Just because it's located a few blocks south of downtown gives it no special magic in terms of Southside residents. And I challenge directors and the developer to give specific benefits that residents on the South Side will receive from this project. The South Side does not need another brewery, another pizza shop, nor does it need exhibit space for art. We have City Hall, we have Lemoyne, Railroad Square with 621, both university galleries, all in close proximity to the South Side. What the South Side needs desperately is affordable rental housing for low-income earners in a city where 1 out of 4 residents live in poverty. If that's what you were trying to address with the $1.8 million, I would be here cheering you on. I can't imagine that with the stink from this project, with campaign contributions to many of the directors and Grow Tallahassee's management of campaigns, that ethics would not dictate that you declare a conflict of interest and recuse yourselves. Further, I cannot believe this proposal got this far when the OEV Council voted to support and recommend it forward without even having a quorum to take a vote. We have already given this project 1.6 of our tax dollars. Enough is enough. To ask for another $1.8 million is simply greed, especially when banks won't even take a risk on further financing this project. I am here to ask you to remove this item from the agenda or give it a resounding no vote. Thank you.
Next speaker is Margaret Moore, followed by Serenity Williams, then Abdelilah Scott. Are you Ms. Moore? Next will be Serenity Williams, followed by Abdelilah Scott, and then Lucia Summer. Name and address for the record, please.
Hello, I am Serenity Williams, 4011 Elder Lane, Tallahassee. Didn't want to make any prepared statements today because I think, what's been said has been said, but I want to be sure that we understand what this looks like. I am Black. My people were brought here to serve, to be slaves. Afterwards, after we won our liberation, we had our HBCUs. We have one here, played football, brought in some good money for that. And then they said, hey, we want some of that too. Come play football over here. So the message you are sending with this Somo Malls is that, well, you are good at serving. So come over here and serve beer. Come over here and serve pizza. That is the economic mobility you're telling my people on the south side of Tallahassee. That's your mobility, is to crack your head playing football or serve beer. And I don't think that's right. I don't think that's fair. There's so much more that our people can give to Tallahassee. I think this space can be used for something so much more than a distillery and whatever else you want to put there. I think when you look up economic mobility, you are seeing infrastructure, innovation, tech. That's what you can teach people how to do. Maybe that can be some sort of robotics center or anything else. When you talk about the violence going on in Tallahassee, it's because it's out of desperation. It's out of lack of opportunity. And when you're giving our people opportunity, and the opportunity you're telling them is a minimum wage service job and not learning new skills that you can market and grow yourself, that is not a good message to send. So I tell all of you to please vote no, or at least if you getting money from Buddy, recuse yourself.
Our next speaker is Abdelilah Sky, followed by Lucia Summer, then Cheryl Collins Brown.
Good evening. My name is Abdillah Skier. I am at 1951 North Meridian Road. I try to stay away from these things in my spare time to spare my mental sanity. But the more I read about what was happening on this item, it was just profoundly and painfully dumb. So I felt I had to come and make my voice heard as a resident of this city. Everything about this item is dumb. The concept is dumb. We need a distillery across the street from Proof, much in the same way that Tallahassee needs another chicken joint, which is to say we don't need it. It's dumb that we're having this conversation instead of a conversation about how to improve our infrastructure so that it's not a death trap for pedestrians and cyclists. Since the end of July, 4 pedestrians have been killed by automobiles just for walking or cycling. That's basically one person every other week is losing their life to being struck by an automobile. And we're not talking about how to improve infrastructure for those people. It's dumb that we're having this conversation instead of a conversation about how to improve our infrastructure on making sure that our buses run more than once an hour. You don't get to call yourself a city when your buses run once an hour. You get downgraded to a town in my personal record book. It's dumb that the person who is requesting these funds is the chair of a political committee that has donated or endorsed about half of the members of this agency. It is dumb that the members of those said members, to my knowledge at least, have not recused themselves from this item. It is dumb that 2 members of this agency were alleged to have been discussing this item outside of a notice meeting in violation of state sunshine laws, and they have not even come out and denied that fact. So I've said enough. I'm just going to quote a member of this agency from a couple of years ago. CRA money should be invested where there are not sidewalks for mothers pushing baby carriages. We should invest money in those areas of town that have been neglected and overlooked over the years. I agree with that. I would simply not do something dumb like vote yes on this item. Please vote no. Thank you.
Next speaker is Lucia Summer, followed by Cheryl Brown, then Brian Clark. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, it's Lucia Summer and 1611 Milton Street. And I'm wondering, can I register the comments of someone who signed up to speak but had to leave?
What was your question? Can you do what?
Can I register the comments of somebody
Register?
who mentioned the comments of somebody who signed up to speak but had to leave early?
If you want to repeat their comment, but you have 3 minutes to do it.
Yeah, and my comments are very short. Mike Goldstein, who is the owner of Capital City Pedicabs, signed up to speak and had to leave, and he urges you to vote no on this. Many of his concerns have already been brought up, such as the pressing needs, all the other pressing needs that this money could be used for. And he also says these non-competitive bids need to be fair for everyone, and 6 days' notice isn't enough time for the community to get out to, register their comments, especially when most people are in school or work during the meetings. And I don't want to repeat what other people have said very eloquently and intelligently. I think everyone, all the commissioners know in your heart of hearts that the correct, ethical, and fiscal vote is no on this. And if you can just somehow reach down and access that knowledge, and you'll do the right thing. And doing the right thing is good for the citizens of this community, and it's also good for you. It feels really good to do the right thing. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brian Clark, followed by Bugra Demirel. Name and address for the record, please. Mr. Clark, you're on mute. Next speaker and final speaker on 8 is Bugra Demirel. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Bugra Demirel, 1254 North Bruno. Madam Chair, AI Board Directors, I appreciate the opportunity here. This item belongs to me, so I'm going to defer to you, Madam Chair, to see if you want me to speak right now and go through a little bit longer, more than 3 minutes, or if you want to have the discussion, and then I'll come back to answer questions and continue to, give the rest of the speech.
Thank you. At this point, just utilize your 3 minutes, and if need be, we'll engage you later. But generally, you just have your 3 minutes.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity here today. Following our discussions in our last meeting, thank you for directing this staff to bring this agenda item back. Our project proudly hosts the single largest commercial development south of downtown, the title of single largest commercial development south of downtown Tallahassee, position itself as the gateway to South Side and South Monroe Corridor. Now, it is the first private sector investment that is utilizing and building a brand new construction on that part of town, on South Monroe. Now, to date, we have received significant recognitions from multiple architectural committees and magazines due to its concept, its design and execution, and most importantly, the fact that it adapts itself to the neighborhood that is surrounding the project. Our project also has a significant MWSBE involvement. To date, it is 34%, which was in the agenda item that we are very proud of, and we will continue to provide opportunities to MWSBE. This portion is very important for us. Now, going back to our units, to date, we are 85% leased out, so this is no more conceptual. We do have tenants that will be taking, as outlined in your agenda item. You have the details of the tenant mix there, including the Walls Distilling Company. Now, Walls Distilling Company is going to create manufacturing job, which is a targeted industry under OEV. It is going to contribute to the sales tax, it's going to contribute to the federal tax, and on top of all of that, it is going to create higher paying jobs in Tallahassee. And these are full-time jobs, not temporary construction jobs. Now, which it leads, the conversation goes to the next point, what's the economic impact?
30 seconds.
Economic impact is $17 million, and as outlined on the agenda item. I have a couple more points here. I would love to see the discussion. I want to come back if you have any more questions on this, and I would like to take those questions and answer as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Gugliardi. Name and address for the record, please.
Michael Gagliardi, 1322 Smoke Rise Lane. It's clear I could speak for way more than 3 minutes on just the appearance of impropriety of all of this. But let's just assume for the sake that the following coincidences happen in order. The man responsible for this project finds himself on the committee that rejected it initially. Suddenly it's approved. Okay, coincidences happen. Then all of the candidates he backed through his PAC and his developer fund, they all win. And then suddenly $1.8 million goes to a private development that he owns. That's just another coincidence. I won't bore you with the appearance of impropriety on that. What this actually is the privatization of gains and the socialization of risk. You are asking Leon County and Tallahassee taxpayers to subsidize the vanity project of one person of dubious pedigree. He has almost no successful development credits to his name. He has no knowledge or name recognition within the distillery industry. We have no evidence that he knows anything about distilled spirits of any kind. And first and foremost, Blueprint is a lender of last resort to give economic impact to areas that cannot achieve the financing on their own, either because it is an unwise investment or a risk that a private industry cannot take. A distillery is something a private industry can finance the risk on. I know this because Ology opened one successfully 2 years ago. Is the owner of Ology here to beg, please, where's my taxpayer money? No, he doesn't even have to pay this back if it goes belly up. He keeps over $1 million for just himself. And also, in terms of dubious provenance and questionable managerial ability, he's over a 200% on his budget. Originally 5.5 million, now 12. But I wouldn't trust this guy to open a popsicle stand, let alone a major, major investment of our money. And is that what the South Side really needs? One of the most economically impoverished areas of our city, is that what they need? A distillery to sell them $15 craft cocktails? Well, perhaps, yeah. Do we need a gentrified liquor store, or do we need a grocery store, or mixed-use residential housing, or anything that is an actual need that the private industry either can't or won't meet? A distillery simply does not meet any of these criteria, and I feel that, appearance of impropriety aside, it's an unsound, unwise financial decision, and I know none of you will listen to me. I'm actually speaking to the voters. Hold these people accountable if they give your money away, because they're not going to listen to me. Thank you.
That was our final speaker on number 8.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Director, is there anything from your staff on this issue?
We do have a brief presentation. I'll ask the Director of Office of Economic Vitality, Keith Bowers, to give the brief presentation.
Thank you.
Good evening, excuse me. Good evening, directors. The item for your consideration today is a non-competitive economic development project proposal. And before we get into the details of the actual proposal, I'd like to provide you with a brief overview of the non-competitive policy. Non-competitive economic development policy, or the policy that administers this program, it was designed basically to provide entrepreneurs and small business owners an opportunity to present funding requests to the Office of Economic Vitality. Staff evaluates all proposals based on IA Board Policy 114, which was approved in 2021. To date, 2 projects have been evaluated using this policy. Our scoring consists of a scoring metrics where our staff scores that. We use the metrics to be sure that we provide a fair and impartial analysis of all non-competitive economic development proposals. And the matrix is provided for you in your material. So with the Somo Walls proposal, at the August 24th IA Board meeting, the IA Board directed staff to evaluate the proposal. Description was the Somo Walls project is designed to house a retail establishments, leasable retail establishments, a distillery, a restaurant, and an arts venue platform. The funding request for this proposal is $1.7 million. And when we evaluate these proposals, we ensure that they align with our core strategic initiatives. This one touches on 3 of our core strategic initiatives in that it maximizes OEV's impact, which means it simply aligns with previous investments made by municipalities. In this case, because it's located on the south side, it aligns with investments such as Capitol Cascades Trail Segment 3, Monroe Adams Placemaking, Magnolia Drive Trail, Orange Meridian Placemaking, and the Fairgrounds Beautification. Another core strategy that this project touches on is support for the development and retention of minority small business enterprises. Stonewall's, the Cascades development team has set an aspirational goal of 35% MWSBE utilization, and to date, the developer has executed contracts valued at over $1.6 million, or 34% with MWSBEs. The third and final core strategy that this project touches on is fosters entrepreneurship and business formation. Because the facility will have more than 14,000 square feet of leasable units, it could be made available to small business owners and entrepreneurs. The second part of our analysis that we conduct ensures that these projects align with our targeted industry study. In this case, manufacturing and transportation is one of the targeted industry studies that this one segment of this project includes, in that it is advanced manufacturing with a distillery. The distillery also proposes to merge computer technology and software information systems to create physical goods, and that's basically the definition for advanced manufacturing. So the anticipated economic impact, the Stonewall Walls project is as planned, is projected to have $17.8 million of economic impact for the community. And this information was outlined in an in-plan analysis performed by the Florida State University Center for Economic Forecasting and Analysis. The analysis further estimates the creation of 79 construction jobs, 47 permanent jobs, with the combined wages totaling $6.4 million. Additional information for your consideration: the applicant has expressed the desire to return a portion of the funds if awarded to the project. The applicant would like the IA to consider allowing $1 million of the requested $1.7 million to be in the form of a recoverable grant to be returned to OEV once the project is refinanced, which they anticipate doing so within the next 3 to 5 years. So as we look at the evaluation of the proposal, again, we use the scoring matrix to provide a fair and impartial analysis for these proposals. The scoring results of the $1.7 million request is calculated to be 93 out of a total 95 points. And OEV is recommending option 1, board action. Should this project be approved by the IA board, the OEV staff will execute the necessary agreements and assurances and implement the process to fund the project.
Thank you, Director Bowers, and thank you for the presentation. I see Commissioner O'Keefe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to be on mute. This is a pretty big issue, but as per policy, I'll start with a motion. I actually move that we table this agenda item until we've had time to work with staff to create a way in which Board of Directors can view the financial records of the grant requester and scrutinize them in a confidential way internally, or if not with staff willing to do so, time to get a court order to be able to review the records before we approve it.
Thank you, Commissioner. I believe it dies for lack of second. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to move staff recommendation to approve this project.
The staff recommendation, Commissioner?
I'm sorry, okay, the board direct, okay, well, I recommend that this project be approved, the requested funding, and I'll come back to give my reasoning. Option two. I can't, I'm sorry, it's late in the day, I can't see that far.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams-Cox. Is there a second? Thank you, Mayor Daley. Commissioner Cox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Contrary to what you've heard, if we took the time to read the agenda item, you took the time to pay attention to what's really going on, you would learn this on page 418 of the agenda item that is available online. An institutional first mortgage of $2.8 million has been acquired by this person. An institutional second mortgage of $2 million has also been acquired. Received other institutional financing to the tune of $1.25 million, and requiring us to create something that we've never had before, which is to create an agreement to allow a grantee to pay back a portion of what has been awarded. Now, we're always talking about what the South Side need and what the South Side doesn't need, but many of you who are speaking don't live on the South Side and never have. So therefore, for those of us who've been advocating for development, smart development on the South Side for a very long time, 30+ years, believe that this is the gateway to allowing and letting others know that it is okay to come and invest on the South Side of town. It is my hope that we will encourage people to invest on all sides of town. But I think that this gentleman has shown that he is willing to take the risk. He has put his money where his mouth is, and because of rising costs and some delays that could not have been determined, like we have learned on these other projects that we are working on, he finds himself needing some gap funding to close this out. Now, as far as CRA is concerned, he has not received one penny of the CRA award yet. So let's make that clear. He has not received any government money as of yet. It has been $500,000 has been, I think, has been awarded, and $200,000 is a loan to be returned. So let's state the facts. Let's tell the truth here. We need smart development. We need good places to eat. We need good places to enjoy and have entertainment on the South Side. And I think that this is an opportunity to spur that growth. We see others that are coming online as well. And as we continue to try to build all of Tallahassee, I think we need to make sure that folks who are willing to spend their own money to do this, we should partner with them. And those who don't understand that, then watch what happens when people come and invest on the South Side. Watch us continue to thrive and continue to grow. So I full throat, with no reservation, encourage us to support this endeavor, to put a little government money with some some private investing money that has already been put in place, so that we can say together, we did this, not he did this, we did this, and that we can continue to grow our South Side and keep our residents happy as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams-Cox. Commissioner Caban.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have to abstain from this vote for a conflict, I engage in professional services with the developer's wife, but I do have some comments I would like to make. I think it's important when we review these projects that we make decisions based on facts. And from what I've seen and what I've heard, there's a lot of misinformation circulating. One of the speakers, if not multiple of the speakers, mentioned grocery stores on the south side. Well, guess what? We had some, and they just recently went out of business, as well as a CVS. And so when we look at someone who's taking their own dollars and their own money and want to invest in our community, a lot of money to create jobs, create more economic development, in a part of town that, quite frankly, doesn't have a lot of it, I think it's important that we make decisions based on the facts. Additionally, a couple people up there mentioned low-paying service jobs. And I just want to say that, when I was in college, when I was in my early 20s, I was one of those employees working a low-wage service job. I paid my way through school with that job. I paid for housing with that job. I paid for groceries with that job. I supported myself through that job. And when you look at other communities, Tampa, Orlando, Jacksonville, Miami, those industries and those economies that have thriving hospitality markets with retail, restaurants, bars, distilleries, that does spur economic development. And so I think it's important that whatever decision is made, it's made based on facts and not with political bias. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Caban. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I'd like to address the attorney, if I may. I forwarded you an email. I was witness to two board members having a meeting discussing this board item 2 days ago and behind closed doors in City Commission meeting. I was just wondering what is the best way to address that conversation for the public.
Was your question directed to?
To the attorney, yes,
To the
ma'am.
attorney? Oh, okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Commissioner, if you believe that you have witnessed some sort of ethical violation, you are free to contact the Florida Commission on Ethics. But other than that, there's nothing else that I can advise you to do regarding what you may have seen.
Okay. Is there no conflict on the vote if two board members engaged in a conversation that's not put onto the record today?
That is not verified. I can't say that that is something that actually happened. That's not up to me. I wasn't there. But if you do have a concern, you're certainly free to take that to the Florida Commission on Ethics or the Independent Ethics Board. If there was a city commissioners involved with that, because they do have jurisdiction there.
I don't believe they have jurisdiction over Blueprint. Well,
They don't over Blueprint, but if there's some sort of ethical violation that involves their position as city commissioners, certainly you're free to engage them.
Okay. Well, nevertheless, just for the public record, 2 days ago I entered the back hallway of the City Commission chambers. As I turned the corner to my office, I could hear John Daly. He was inside City Commissioner Richardson's office with Commissioner Richardson and another individual, and he was saying...
Excuse me, Madam Chair. I don't think that this comment by the director is proper. Certainly, Commissioner Richardson is not here to defend himself. Mayor Daley is here. But we're on an item.
I'll withdraw. I just wanted to make sure our vote is proper after what I witnessed, but I'll cease comments and go back to the item.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. And I agree with the attorney. This body does not have jurisdiction over those issues. So, yeah, if you'll make it pertinent to this agenda item, I would appreciate it.
Okay.
Your comments.
So I think my questions, well, I have a couple questions for staff, and then I had many more questions for the applicant, because I've seen this project 3 times. I've supported it twice. It's taking massive changes, from who the tenants were to what the concepts were. It's evolved and it's evolved and it's evolved. And in the last 6 days, this is the first time I've seen this iteration. A question for staff is on this idea of a recoverable grant. I have not seen that from an economic vitality organization before. What organizations issue those types of recoverable grants, and what type of collateral? How is that going to be secured to ensure that we would be repaid?
Madam Chair?
Yes, please, Director Bowers.
So you're right. We at OEV have not issued any recoverable grants to date, and this is a new request. We've never had the submitter of a proposal offer to return the funding. So some of the things that we have mentioned, and as is part of the policy, if the IA board approves funding, we would work on a agreement with the legal team here, and we will try to come up with ways to provide some assurances. Some of the things that we talked about, because the Cascades plans to refinance within the next 3 to 5 years, so we could offer options for the refinance to be a trigger to recapture the funds. We have looked at the feasibility for a performance bond as a backup. So if the developer decides, or if for some reason that they cannot finish the project, we would have that as assurance as well. We have talked about developing a payment schedule. A disbursement schedule. So not all the money goes into the project at one time, and as the developer meets milestones, they could request disbursements. So I guess in a long way of saying it would have to be crafted specifically for this request should the IA decide to approve the funding.
Okay. That's the first thing that's concerning to me, that we're creating a whole new funding mechanism that's sort of like a loan, but not a loan, but doesn't really have any type of really enforceable recovery mechanisms, especially when you're talking about a refinance trigger. Now we're assuming the success for 3 to 5 years. We're assuming that they're able to get refinanced. 3 years, they're projecting to do a massive expansion. So we're assuming they're able to take on an additional $1 million of debt in the middle of their phase 2 expansion. So those numbers give me cause for concern. I have some questions about their business model. Are we under an NDA with the developer?
Oh, are we under an NDA?
Yes, sir.
No.
No. Okay, so we're free to discuss all aspects of their business plan here?
The information has been disclosed, yes. So the information you have in your packet, we can discuss, and if you have any additional questions, we will try to answer those. Staff will try to answer those questions.
Do we have documents marked confidential that the public can't have access to that speak to their internal numbers?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I will keep my questions based on what's provided in the agenda item. My first, is Mr. Demerol still here? I have questions about your business structure, if you don't mind.
I'm not sure, Madam Attorney, is that appropriate for him to direct
okay with the chair.
questions? Hold on one second. I want to get clarification. Is that proper? I know it's aside from the norm, what questions to be directed?
Well, Madam Chair, this is the discussion portion of the meeting, and I believe the applicant whose representative is here today did offer to answer questions. And if there's, I guess, something that he can't answer, he can certainly say that. So it's really at your discretion.
Thank you. Yes, will you come to the podium? Thank you,
Madam
Commissioner
Chair.
Matlow.
May I make a suggestion?
He said he had a question for you, so why don't we start with the commissioner?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. So my first questions are just trying to really understand the structure and the connections between the different LLCs presented. The applicant is Cascades Garden LLC. That would be the recipient of the $1.8 million. Is that how this is?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the holding company of the project.
Sure. And currently, the only members are yourself and Demerol International?
That's not correct.
Okay. Is what's reflected on Sunbiz state document, that's accurate?
The Sunbiz is accurate, but the partners don't have to show on partners. Those are in legal documents, in operating agreements, and so on.
Sure, okay. Over the last, since this project first became before us, members have been removed, Demerol LLC, Bronze Property Management, Blue Healer, Substrate LLC. Are those still active participants in the project with ownership interest?
Project property management, that's not correct, no, Commissioner.
Okay.
My company does not engage in a property management with this investment. That's not correct.
No, for the property. Okay, I'll rephrase. Does Cascades Garden have other investors?
Absolutely, but I will not disclose who they are right now.
You won't disclose?
I will not know.
Okay, so there's no way for us to know who would be on the receiving end of profits from this?
No.
Okay.
The ask is for the property.
Okay.
I would like to answer the question if I could. Yeah,
Well,
the ask is for the
you've answered the
property,
question.
so it is going to go
Commissioner,
for the, Madam Chair,
Let him
please.
respond, yeah.
If I may, I just want to answer the questions. I don't wish to be cross-examined here, but the whole point of it is to answer questions regarding the merits. Madam Chair, we will not disclose financial information due to multiple reasons. One, I don't want to disclose my trade secrets. I do not want to have my partners exposed in terms of where they invest, how much they invest. It's their private money, and they can do whatever they want with it, and I do not wish to have this as public information. Now, we will not disclose also sensitive material, just quickly addressing Commissioner O'Keefe, due to the fact that these materials include Social Security numbers, FEIN numbers, and sensitive financial information. So I'm going to stay away from any financial information at this point. But if Commissioner has questions regarding the ask itself, I'm just here to answer those.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, and these are all directed to the ask, because for us to make a decision, these are important details. So can you speak with the relationship between Walls Distilling Company and Cascades? Is that just a tenant? Is Walls Distilling just a tenant of Cascades Garden? Or is that also a recipient of the grant money?
Walls Distilling Company has a lease agreement with the Cascades Garden LLC, correct.
Okay.
But that company, I also have the ownership in that company. Therefore, it is considered in your agenda item as owner-occupied. As you know, in your Midtown investment, I believe you are owner-occupied investor there. So it's the same concept. You have a operating company and a holding company. Operating company leases from the holding company, but you have ownership interest in both LLCs.
Sure. So is the ownership interest in both LLCs identical?
I'm not going to disclose that.
Okay. And I asked, okay, on the lease rate for Walls, is the lease rate for Walls Distilling Company the same as the other tenants?
Again, it's on the agenda item, the rates. We have different policies and different incentives. Certain tenants, we incentivize them. Walls Distilling Company will be paying the highest rent on that property. However, we wanted to encourage new businesses to come to Southside. So you will see different lease rates. And one of the examples is that the Burn Boot Camp, who will open up the second location, they were incentivized to come to Southside, open that second location. So we actually gave them a discounted lease rate.
Okay. And I apologize if it sounds like grilling. My concern is, based on the numbers that are provided, the two institutional mortgages, the other institutional financing, which I'm assuming is CRA and public.
I will not disclose that.
Do you not have the CRA funding listed in your proposal?
We have not received a single dollar from CRA.
So from the $11 million, we could subtract the CRA commitment of $700,000?
That's not correct. CRA funding is not in the project cost, Commissioner. CRA funding is going to be given upon completion of the project. So the project cost that you see there, $3 million of our owner's investment and all the additional funding is going to be finishing the project, and CRA is going to kick in after opening. So that money is not included in that cost.
Of the 10, okay, so none of this money is CRA money that's on this $11 million?
No, sir.
Okay. So we look at the total cost of the project. I mean, the CRA is supposed to reimburse you for the development of it. So, I mean, that would subtract $800,000 from the total project cost.
I'm sorry, I'm not following you on this one.
You have a number of your total project cost. I don't have it right in front of me.
Madam Chair,
What I'm trying to determine is,
can we get to,
I mean, I think it's important us to know, this is an $11 million project with $3 million or so in public money. I mean, it's important to know we have a chart, we don't have much information. I can make some assumptions about the first two institutional mortgages, and I made an assumption that other institutional financing was the CRA grant, because I'm not sure why $700,000 wouldn't be incorporated into what's being presented to us by OEV if we knew this project already has.
Commissioner Matno, may I just interject this as well, and this might help clarify it. I pulled the agreement with Somo Walls and the CRA, and it specifically says that none of the grant funds will be given to Somo Walls until after 60 days after the completion of the project and after they have had a certificate of occupancy. So in that analysis, financial analysis, I'm not sure.
I see the
that.
confusion.
Yeah,
I think the confusion is the total project cost is $10,994,000. So you're asking for, if the CRA money is not included in this, you're asking for an additional $700,000 above the total project cost.
No, because the $700,000 is in that cost.
That was my initial question. You have your project financing overview. The only place that has $700,000 would be other institutional financing. That was my question.
No, Commissioner. Your agenda item states that there's $1.7 million, $1,759,000. That is the grant that's being asked. So out of that $1.7 million, $759,000 is the grant, and $1 million is a recoverable grant. Now, I think where you're getting is $560,000 that will be coming in from CRA upon completion, plus the grant that is $759,000. That adds up to close to $1.3 million. Now, that is 12% of the project cost. So the total public participation is going to be 12% of this project cost. Now, CRA is not in this calculation because the money is not in the project cost. However, this grant that we are asking for is going to be directly injected to the project to cover the construction gap, as we discussed. So the gap is 1.759, and that is the project cost gap.
Mr. Demerol, I'm very concerned that you were awarded $700,000 from the CRA, and you have development costs of your total cost for this development, and you're not including $700,000 that you're going to be reimbursed by the CRA for the development. But I'll move on from that point. So I'm going to assume since you're both the same thing, we can consider Cascades Garden and Wallace Distilling Company equally as a recipient of this money, because essentially it is going to benefit the distillery. We know that there's already enough money to complete the development with the $9 million on hand based on what we've been presented before. What experience in operating an alcohol manufacturing facility do you have?
Commissioner, I would love to disclose the details of my team. All I could say right now is that we have more than one extremely qualified individuals, and one of them is going to be the head distiller. The other gentleman is going to be running our food program. In fact, the other gentleman owns a variety of restaurants in town, so we have partnered up with local folks that have experience. On top of that, me and my family have been in hospitality for the last 14, 15 years. In fact, that gentleman right behind you, my brother, is running 4 restaurants in Turkey as we speak right now. So we do have experience. Otherwise, we would not invest $3 million of our money just to invest. We are expecting a return on investment on this, obviously, as every other business owner. And when we make these investments, just like other business owners, we look into feasibility, we look into return on investment, potential cost per customer, median household income, variety of metrics that comes into play. So we have submitted 529 pages of those projections and estimates to Office of Economic Vitality. So it's very speculative, Commissioner, for you to think that you're going to invest $3 million of our money without an experience.
Commissioner Matlow, let me, not to interrupt you, but I really want to give other commissioners the opportunity to ask questions.
I only have a few more questions.
You're just about done?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And thank you. And I can only go by the information in the agenda item, which doesn't disclose any partners, anybody with experience at all. That's the information that I've been provided. The last three questions, what is your time, if you were awarded this money today, what day do you anticipate opening a distillery?
Commissioner, it's a difficult question because we do face with supply chain issues. One of the examples is electric items, panels, switchgear, as you may know. They are high, longer lead items. Now, in terms of hard construction, we will be done with the hard construction by the end of this month, and the distillery build-out, hard construction is going to be completed in about 2 months. But again, distillery being operational depends on electric switchgear, depends on other equipment delivery. Again, I wish you responded to my invitation to visit the site, so we would actually give you a tour. But on site, you will see that distillery build-out is somewhere around 50% right now. However, again, I cannot guarantee an exact opening date due to the delivery of certain sensitive equipment.
Okay, well, on the 50% complete, we reached out to look for building permits for the distillery and got information yesterday that none of the sub-permits have even hit plan review yet. So I'm confused.
That is not correct.
Your entire plans are in plan review?
No, we have received our distillery permits, it's approved.
For your plumbing, HVAC, electric,
Absolutely.
entire build-out, fire
Absolutely.
inspection?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
yes, yes.
Mr. City Manager, is that consistent with the?
Commissioner Matlow, I don't
Okay.
think that's proper for you.
Commissioner, if you go on the project address on City of Tallahassee website, if you actually put 1327 South Monroe, you could actually see our permits there, approved permits. There's a list of permits there.
For the shell or the complete project of the distillery?
Both.
Okay. Okay. I was given bad information by the city manager, so that was the nature of that question.
Okay, Commissioner Matlow, we really got to move on. I want to respect other commissioners as well.
One final question.
One final question.
Owners and investor equity 3.2, roughly 3.160. That's not the owners listed on Sunbiz. That's a multitude of other owners and investors that haven't been disclosed.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I think those questions were important just to know the financial position of the company, what's being proposed, how much money is actually available for them to complete. A couple comments really quick, just on the project. I appreciate you developing in the South Side. I supported this project twice, and when we were talking about funding a physical development to get a shell done and get tenants moved in, I was there to support it. I can't support $1.8 million for a distillery. When we had things come on the South Side before at Town South, we told people who had great programs for youth programs that would address gun violence, we told them we're not going to put our money into something that's not owned by us. We're not going to put our money into something that's not publicly owned. So now when it's a distillery versus a youth center, the distillery seems to be moving forward, and that's troubling. I would rather we take a step back, take the $2 million, put out an RFP for what we want to see on the South Side. Let's say we have this $2 million. Before we spend it, let's get requests for proposals for pharmacies. Let's get a request for proposal for a food concept. Let everybody apply, and if you have a business model that fits in, apply as well, and then we can get a win-win for the community, and we don't end up in the situation we're in today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. Mayor Daley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was quite interesting. I just want to state for the record, by the way, how this whole thing has played out, Madam Chair, over the past couple of days has been very disheartening at best. Commissioner Matlow has leveled accusations against you, Commissioner Williams-Cox, Nick Maddox, myself, Christian Caban, Bill Proctor, and Curtis Richardson. So I look forward to hearing everyone else's statements as well. But let me state for the record, and let me be very clear, because I have been quiet on this, because I do not respond to Twitter. That's always been my official policy. There are no sunshine violations, period. None. None. In fact, the other gentleman that Commissioner Matlow was referencing, as I was asking the good commissioner, about his family and how he is doing, was actually Commissioner Richardson's aide. And my aide was in the hall as well. But that wasn't seen because Commissioner Matlow was not with us physically. It was around corners. I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to leave it at that. I do want to go on the record as well to state that I am concerned and appreciative of a mistake that was made during this process with the release of confidential information that was received in regards to this project. I learned on Friday that we had inadvertently posted watermarked confidential information as part of the agenda item. Mr. Demerel, when I met with staff, it was made very clear that it was a mistake. We apologize that mistakes happen like this, although moving forward, we need to be very, very careful. I am very relieved to hear that no non-disclosure agreements were signed between Mr. Demerel and the staff of Blueprint, because that could have caused significant issues. And as we move forward, let's just please be extra crystal clear and careful when we have financial documents, making sure that the appropriate documents are uploaded and not all the confidential information. I'm prepared to vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Maddox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Over the past couple of days, Commissioner this table made accusations that there could be a possible conflict for myself, because I was supported by Grow Tallahassee, which Mr. Demerel was chairman of. So, in abundance of caution, I emailed the attorney yesterday to see if I had any conflict. So to put formally on the record, Madam Attorney, do I have any conflict as a result of my campaign being supported by Grow Tallahassee?
Commissioner, based on the information you provided me, no, you do not. And I would also like to add, because the question has come up as well from some of the members of the public who made comments today, is that the Florida Commission on Ethics has opined in several long-standing cases that campaign contributions are considered to be a special class of gifts permitted and regulated by law and are not deemed to be prohibited unless such donations were made with the understanding that official conduct would be influenced by the donation. A voting conflict is not created where an official is faced with a vote relating to a campaign contributor, for such contributions have been disclosed and are a matter of public record pursuant to Section 106.07 Florida statutes. So in summary, if the campaign contributions were not made with the understanding that such contributions would influence your vote in the matter, you do not have a prohibited conflict of interest.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. So I battle whether or not I should say anything, but you know, I've had a lot of thoughts here.
Speak in your mouth.
Yes, ma'am. I've had a lot of thoughts here. 34% MWSBE support participation, $1.6 million, $17.8 million in economic impact, 79 construction jobs, and 47 permanent jobs. I've been here long enough to have remembered having folks come stand before us and ask the question of when are we going to get good, solid, quality restaurants and amenities for us to be able to go to and patronize on the South Side. There's been so much said, so much done over the past couple of days. I wondered how much, when we got here, we would actually be able to focus on $17.8 million of economic impact, 79 construction jobs, 47 permanent jobs, and $1.6 million that went to MWBEs was 34% of the project. I wondered how much we'd be able to talk about that. I actually concentrate on that piece. The great part about it is those numbers taken, Madam Chair, and I'd like confirmation from Mr. Bowers, did not come from our staff, did it?
No, Commissioner Maddox, this was a aspirational goals that were set by Cascades for this development.
Who gave us these numbers that 79 jobs, 47 to 17.8?
Oh, I'm sorry. That information was provided by CEFA, the Center for Economic Forecasting and Analysis at Florida State. They provide all of our economic impact studies that come through OEV and I think as well as Blueprint.
Thank you. So we can, when I look at it, I say, you know, maybe people may say that staff is biased. Maybe people say that commissioners around this table could be biased, but we got a third-party entity. 79 construction jobs, 47 permanent, $17.8 million, and a $1.6 million going to MWBEs. I think I'm going to judge this project based off of that. So I'm going to support it. I like those numbers. And I look forward to the ongoing infrastructure and growth on the South Side. And us continuing to provide the things that people have asked us for over the years to go on the South Side. So I really, really wanted to bring that piece out of what the numbers are and how, in a way, disappointed I am that things got so muddy that we couldn't focus on what was third party. This ain't even stuff that we did. We didn't make that up. We didn't do that. But we can't focus on that because things are so muddy. So, Madam Chair, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. And you may be seated. Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner O'Keefe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions for clarification before going to comments. We talked about the returnable, recoverable grant, and you discussed some options. And I wanted to make sure when we are considering giving $1 million in expectation to get paid back, we will be putting a lien on the property like the other mortgage holders?
We have not anticipated that, and that's one of the reasons why one of the options that we are researching would be the performance bond.
Will that come back before the board to know if that's how it's happening?
No, it does not. According to policy, once the IA approves and provides guidance to move forward, OEV staff prepares the agreements that will provide assurances.
Okay. I have a question on timing of payments. So we learned that CRA payments will come at the completion of the project to the tune of roughly almost $1 million. Is the timing then that we give this money up front now, and then the project is completed, and then the CRA money comes back, and then from the CRA money, that's the timing after that we would get back the $1 million? Is that how the timeline will go based on the proposal that you've worked through?
Commissioner, we have not worked through a proposal. As I stated, we have not done anything except for come up with some concepts that we will, Attorney Dawson and I will develop and in coordination with our staff.
Thank you. Is there an estimate on the likelihood of repayment?
An estimate on the likelihood?
Yes. When a bank or an institution gives out a loan, typically they base the interest rate, which we're not charging, on the risk of not getting paid back. And so we have not, as I'm told, we have not confirmed how we will hold this accountable to make sure we get paid back before the company or project is sold or moved on or what. So have we estimated the risk that we won't get paid back? Usually it's a risk of default, a percentage number.
Again, Commissioner O'Keefe, our backup plan is, and the avenue that we are pursuing would be a performance bond, which would involve a surety company. We set certain stipulations and terms and conditions for the agreement and provide as many measures that would be tied to deliverables and milestones. At this point, we have not, because we haven't received approval, and we didn't want to come here and tell you something that we had not fully developed.
Thank you. If we had more time in the proposal process, could we get more information on that? This one came back within a month. Well, others usually take 4 months. If we had more time, do you think you'd be able to give us the suggestion and for direction?
I'd have to consult with Attorney Dawson on that.
Okay. And then my last question before comments are just timing. And it can be for the applicant or for, actually, you know what? It's for the chair. I'm going to ask the chair. She's going to decide where it goes. What I really appreciate with OEV is when someone comes and says we want to start thinking about a non-competitive proposal, they start working with you and kind of get things together and get advice before they come to the commission. And then this request coincided at the same meeting with a meeting where we voted to remove a $1 million cap that would have been in place, prevented this. How long in the past did you get contacted or staff get contacted to start assisting with this proposal?
At the direction of the IA board.
So staff was unaware of this request until the August 24th board meeting?
No, we were made aware of the request, and our initial conversations, as we do with all applicants, once they express the desire to pursue this, we provide, typically with an email, we provide them the application, we provide them the policy, we provide them with the scoring metrics, and then we let them know if you need assistance in that regard, we're here to help. And that courtesy has been extended to every one of the applicants that have applied for this program.
Okay, thank you. So, you know, with this one, a private business has every right, and we want to encourage private business to invest. And they have every right to privacy of their investors and who they have financial relationships with and their tax returns and everything like that until they want millions in taxpayer dollars. And so when looking at this, I wonder, why have we become the lender of last resort? And as we've seen with other types of requests at Blueprint, when you approve one, you set a precedent. And so I'm thinking back the timing here, and at the last meeting, the request came up in public comment, and the request didn't come up because we're going to start this exciting project. Most economic development projects come and say, I'm going to start a project, and I think this is good economic development. That was 2020. The property was bought in 2017. The project started in 2020. The message was, this project, costs have gone up for any number of reasons. Banks are not extending funding, and now I'm coming to you. And I think now you should look at it to help us get through. And so that's fine. We being staff, got financial records, tax returns, as I'm told, staff did, and they were marked confidential. Unlike other proposers who I have seen the redacted tax returns of, they can cross out the socials, they can cross out the bank account numbers, and just give us the numbers. But what perplexes me is I can't look at those. I've not been allowed to look at those, even though some commenters have said they've seen them, and compare where we were told this is because banks find this too risky to finance, and yet we've gotten the recommendation from staff that this is a sound financial investment. And that doesn't make sense. And people make mistakes. That's why there's review and oversight. And so I can't even look at that, as I requested earlier in this week, and that troubles me for this amount of money. This may be a good project, but if we're going to, I believe, if we're going to approve this much money, almost Amazon-level money, we got to be comfortable. And this is the only project I've seen where the initiation was based on the loss or lack of bank funding. I'm not going to vote for this because it looks risky. And when you look at the return on investment, the only thing you can compare it close to this, the only project close to this that we've done through this process is Amazon, where we gave $2.5 million. And if you looked at these third-party numbers for direct jobs, you can do it anyway, but through direct jobs, for the $2.5 million we gave Amazon, we get 1,000 direct jobs. So we paid $2,500 per job. Amazon, you may not like them or not, but keep that number in mind. For each permanent job, this board gave $2,500. This proposal and the numbers from a third party, we give 1.8, ignoring CRA money, to get, from the results, 35 permanent jobs. We are investing $50,000 per job for those permanent jobs. So if you throw out everything that's been discussed, concerns about transparency, concerns about we don't even know who owns investments in earning this money, then it's just a bad investment. It's just a bad investment on its face. And I think that we can do better. And so, it's been pointed out, there's other distilleries that have other distilleries and whatever version of alcohol restaurants and stuff. Proof was mentioned, Ology was mentioned. CRA gave Amicus Brewing a project, and they haven't had trouble. They're about to open, and it's the first business they've ever opened, like 2-3 blocks across Cascades Park. So it's just when we are comparing projects, we have to be practical. We don't have much money. In fact, before last meeting, when that cap was lifted, we didn't have $1 million in this fund. And so it concerns me that the same meeting we vote to lift the cap on this project, on this program that was in place since 2020, is the same meeting we get a sudden fast-track request without the board members being able to look at documents, with things that just don't line up. And so I'm only looking at it from that perspective, and it's extremely risky. It is sort of unverified, unverifiable, and here I am complaining about not seeing the tax returns. That seems like, I can't believe you didn't think you'd hear that again. Been here for years from the federal level. And to act like we can't just get redacted tax returns in a private setting as board members is really a misreading of the statutes. And I'm just very uncomfortable that it feels like the directions that we've been given are that on the understanding of legal basis, the recipient is allowed to keep private all the information that other applicants happily gave up, and board members cannot. The documents are protected from the board members that have been elected, whether to approve this money or not. So I'm not voting no only based on a bad investment. I'd love to look at the records and figure out why this rating sees so much different. But as much as I've requested, unless we go to court, which we're not at this point, I don't get to see them. So with that, I won't support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Keefe. I have Commissioner Proctor and Commissioner Richardson in queue. Just want to remind you,
Madam Chair.
I'll go to Commissioner Minor, then Commissioner Welch, and then we'll hear from Commissioner Proctor and Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For me, struggling with this agenda item really entails looking at the pros and cons and trying to figure out where the preponderance goes, right? I'm glad that someone is investing in the south side, and I'm glad someone's investing in that particular property. You all remember what was there before. For years, it was dilapidated, and there was no one interested in building there and investing there. A lot of reasons of why this is a good project, why this is something that we should consider have already been stated. I won't repeat those. Do we need this project to succeed? I'd say yes, but that's not the question that we need to answer tonight. What we need to decide is if Blueprint money should be used for this project, right? For me, there are a lot of good reasons to support the project. We've been looking for investment like this for a long time, and I disagree with those folks that say that this is not an investment that would carry over into the rest of South Monroe. It will. It will. The thing that troubles me, though, is that if you look at some of the history and you compare with some of the other either businesses that are in similar industries or similar locations, it appears like we're picking winners and losers. In July 2018, Proof Brewery requested $450,000 from the CRA, and they were denied. Now, Proof is receiving about $360,000 in reimbursable property taxes over 7 years, and about $100K from the county's target business program, and then some partially reimbursed development fees. So they're getting, I don't know exactly, but it's around $500,000 over 7 years spread out. So they're getting something, investment for for building that property on South Monroe. But Somo Walls is going to receive $776,000 from the CRA, passed unanimously in June 22. And then we're looking at another 1.7 million in taxpayer dollars. 7,000 of those as a grant. CRA is not Blueprint. But for a lot of folks, it's just seen as local government, right? So I mean, I'm kind of lumping those all together. And many of the taxpayer dollars that go into CRA are given to CRA by the same taxpayers that give us money in Blueprint. So when I think about that, we've got to be very equitable in how we in the projects we support, knowing that it's always apples to oranges to pears and bananas, right? But we try to do our best. But it does concern me that Proof has appealed for funds and not gotten them from the CRA, and it looks like we're being asked to provide quite a bit of funding from Blueprint and the CRA for Somo Walls. Ideally, I don't think Blueprint should be in the loan business, but I don't want this project to fail. We don't want another Washington Square, where a stalled project with exposed concrete and rebar might sit untouched for years on South Monroe. Again, for me, it's that pros and cons. I don't want the project to fail, but what would be a good compromise? I don't want to spend all those taxpayer dollars when it looks like we're picking winners and losers and helping competitors of businesses that are already established. Here's what I would want to propose as an alternative. And this addresses some of the points that some of you have made. I would support the following. The eligible amount is $1,759,289. Mr. Demerel was, I think, proactive in offering to pay part of that as a recoverable grant. What I'd like to do is actually go further than that, to take up Mr. Demerel on that offer and actually make the entire eligible amount, the 1.7 million plus, as a recoverable grant, with the full amount to be paid back to Blueprint over a reasonable period of time as negotiated by Blueprint staff. Now, in addition to that, the entire amount of that recoverable grant will be backed by a performance bond or some other mechanism that ensures that taxpayer dollars will be fully recovered if by some chance the project isn't completed or the applicant is unable to pay back the recoverable grant. Now, is that a perfect solution? No. But it does address some of the issues that I've talked about and some of the things that people have raised here. We're providing some funding and resources to a project that we don't want to fail. That's in a project that's in a location that is a key location that has not had much investment, that we want investment in. And so I think this might be a suitable alternative. I'd like to offer that as a substitute motion. I don't know if there's enough interest here to take up on it, but that's where I'd like to go. And I'm hoping that there might be a second.
Commissioner.
For discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Minor, I apologize. Can you succinctly
Yes, ma'am.
repeat your
Yes.
motion?
So my motion is to provide the eligible amount, the $1.7 million plus, entirely as a recoverable grant, with the full amount to be paid to Blueprint over a reasonable period of time as negotiated by Blueprint staff. And then that full entire amount is backed by a performance bond or some other mechanism that assures that taxpayer dollars are protected. If for some reason the project isn't completed or the applicant is unable to pay us, that performance bond or other mechanism will make sure that those taxpayer dollars are not lost. We will get reimbursed.
Thank you, Commissioner Minor. Second by Commissioner Welch. And Commissioner Welch, you're on cue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Minor, I appreciate where your head's at. I'm really in your lane on this, okay? I spoke to Mr. Demerel, I text him occasionally when I drive by the project, and I'm like, hey, man, this looks great, congratulations. I want this to be successful. And I think that there are I think all of the rhetoric and drama surrounding this is, I'm not embracing that. I'm just sort of want to be fair and reasonable and assume everybody's operating in good faith. And when I look at this project, I think, let's be fair, okay? This is Mr. DeMero made this point to me when I spoke to him. When you invest money on the south side of town, you put $1 million on a piece of property, it immediately appraises for less than that, right? So there is some level of subsidy that is appropriate for encouraging and stimulating development in an underinvested area, all right? But for me, the hang-up with this is it's just so much. It's an enormous amount of money, and I cannot justify it because I don't think it's fiscally responsible. I agree with a lot of what Commissioner Minor said. I think that it's not government's job to pick winners and losers. It's not our job to intervene in the private market to 10% or 12% of a project's overall investment. If you look at Amazon as a comparison, it's 1% of the overall investment at $200-something million that they made in the physical plant. And so that troubles me, but I think it's fair for Mr. DeMero to say, hey, listen, we all know banks are tough right now, okay? It's not easy to get a loan from a bank with these interest rates that we have, especially in underinvested areas. And so my suggestion was going to be, I'm open to supporting this project. I want to see this project succeed. I agree with Commissioner Williams-Cox and others that this could move the needle on the South Monroe corridor, and that's important, and we want to incentivize and subsidize that to some extent. The question is just how much. And so I would consider even a lesser grant amount, say $250,000, and then a $1.5 million, and this recoverable grant stuff is really throwing me for a loop. I wish we would just call it a loan. And it may be a situation where we make a loan or there's some surety. I mean, again, I will support Commissioner Minor's motion, substitute motion in principle, because I think that is a compromise in this situation where we could have some skin in the game as a lender of last resort. I don't like being a lender of last resort, but I like it better than being a grantee of last resort. So, and I don't know how that works, Mr. Bowers, if there's an interest rate that's established at a fair market rate or something like that, or whether just a bond on that grant or that loan is sufficient should the project not be successful. But I feel like that is a fair compromise that I'm willing to chew on. I have no idea what kind of reception that's going to get. But the document, the allocation as presented, I cannot, in good conscience, support just simply from a fiscally responsible place. I just don't think it's fair to other businesses in the community. For instance, I look at this and I see opportunity cost, just like with Amazon, just like with Doak Campbell Stadium. That's $18,000, $100,000 grants that we can give to small businesses in the community, or $36,000, $50,000 grants that we could give to small businesses in the community. And when I look at this non-competitive targeted economic development program, that's where I would like to see. I mean, we have an item coming after this one that's asking for $100,000 or a staff or $55,000, which would impact potentially 100 businesses. To me, there's the bang for the buck there. And so that's kind of where my head's at. Obviously, the will of the board. I could support the recoverable grant/loan in good faith that we would establish some mechanism to recover that. I mean, even ownership interest in the business. I mean, I don't know if that's realistic. I don't know if you want to be in business like that. I don't know. But I mean, like, we would have no recourse for our investment should it fail. And that's a problem on top of the large amount. So that's where I'm at. I'll second your motion, Commissioner Minor. I thank you for making it. I think we're in the same sort of headspace.
Thank you, Commissioner Welch. Commissioner Proctor, you're on cue. Commissioner Proctor?
Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Madam Chair, we went on a blind date. We went on a blind date with Amazon, and we went on a blind date, put up $2 million, didn't ask a question. Staff just led us by the nose, and we just went on with it, put $2 million up, did what staff told us. We didn't ask the kind of questions of $1.1 trillion company that some of y'all went out there and cut the ribbon with, and welcome them to town of the week. Nevertheless, $2 million in Amazon ain't get one question like what I've heard. I want Mr. Demerol to understand that I appreciate the risk that you're taking on an area that has been redlined for many years. But I want you to know too, Mr. Demerol, that ain't no such thing, though commissioners suggest that we're out of form, we're out of fashion, this is not consistent, this is not right. Every project is its own project. Some of us were willing to support the FBI who proposed a project down there on South Monroe, across the street from Family Bank and behind Bond Community Clinic. We was hot to trot and all behind the FBI project. Ain't asked not one question such as what we've heard, but we were willing to go with that. We want the CRA and CarePoint to tell you how no two projects are alike and is willy-nilly. CarePoint got, I believe it was, I don't know, $1.some million, and the CRA paid their mortgage for them for the first 4 years. The CarePoint building is down there, and CRA, well, no loan, we paid the mortgage about $400,000 a year. Just paid it for a private entity. I mean, unheard of. And when you think about the variety of projects that we have supported, some commissioners tonight had problems with $27 million going to FSU for a stadium. But tonight, FSU said, we don't want the money. And there are people who was against FSU for $27 million, but tonight they voted for FSU to get $82 million. FSU said, we neutral, we withdraw. So there is no clear-cut way that any of us think on a particular project, because ain't no one-size-fits-all situations in the way that we think. This is not a morality vote on who drank liquor. I don't drink, but I do intend to support legalizing marijuana next year, and all of that for more reasons than it sounds like. I believe tonight that this project, for its long and enduring capacity to provide jobs, is going to work well. And I think that we, as a board, recognizing that our banks don't play fair south of Gaines Street, they're not coming. With the exception of those projects on Gaines Street, with which we gave a hell of a lot of incentives, and that's why Gaines Street looks the way it does between Woodward and Wannish Way right now, Macomb Street, because of the incentives that we gave. So why did we do and why did we incentivize that area and create tax breaks and tax credits and blah, blah? There's a variety of ways we give. And to say that this is an enormous amount of money, 1.7, To me, for the amount of time spent on this 1.7, we spending more time on this 1.7 than we done spent on the whole budget that was approved earlier. It's crazy. But for who this man is, but for this man's accent, and but for the location of where this project is located, this wouldn't be a long discussion. On that CRA and how we think, we gave big money to Doubletree. Yeah, we gave money to the Morgan & Morgan building. Everything differs, but if it's somebody white and male and come to us, we find all kinds of reasons to bend over backwards. And if it's in the right locale, everything's hunky-dory. I'm going to support the request. I'm going to vote against the substitute motion. I have never heard of us requiring and changing what staff has prepared, presented like this. And it's just, we're committed to help the South Side. We're committed to the area, but this is complicated. But you got to put up a lien on this. But you know, look at CarePoint. Ain't nobody stopped CarePoint. Why would we pay the private mortgage of CarePoint for 4 years at $400,000? That's almost criminal. They've not paid. Anyway. Mr. Demeraux, this is a great project. I want it to work. And what I've seen tonight, Madam Chair, with respect to project cost, it's consistent with a project that went from $82 million to $130-some million. It's consistent with the other gateway, the Northeast, that went from whatever it was to whatever it climbed to. This man's project, smaller number, but if you look incrementally at how much it went up, it's the same climbing situation that every other project on the list is facing. So to act like he did something wrong and the other project didn't do nothing wrong, that sounds like racism, because it's the same concrete, the same steel, the same shortages of equipment and so forth affects him like whatever the dynamics that went into the other projects that went up. So it seems unfair that the sense of discretionary measure, whatever that is, ain't being applied the same. And this is a paltry amount of money relative to what we voted on. It's the smallest and the teeniest project in front of us tonight. And we need to go ahead and vote on the project, but please don't vote on the man. And I have a feeling that it's the location, it's the man, and all the rest that's creating this wall. So more walls. It is a wall. And I hope that the wall in your minds and hearts, the biases, that wall will fall. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. Commissioner Richardson.
Madam Chair, can you hear me? Madam Chair?
Yeah, we can hear you if you can speak up just a little.
Yeah, I'm in the airport and I'm not where I can speak very loudly, and you may hear some background noise, but I wanted to be on this call because I agree with Commissioner Proctor. It is hypocritical now that we question the amount of money that we're investing in this property when we've done it before and there have been no questions. I have lived on the south side of town for 30 years. I've seen investments made in other parts of this community, and yet we are lacking in some instances even basic infrastructure. We don't have a restaurant that I feel good about taking my wife to on the south side of town. We don't have a fitness center in that area. But we want to question, and I really believe it's all due to political antics, which we need to take out of this equation. This is about investing in a part of our community that has been underserved, that has been disinvested in for years. I can attest to it because it's where I live. When we look at the earlier blueprint dollars, that were spent on infrastructure projects. They didn't happen on the south side of town. That's why when we did the sales tax committee and I was vice chair of that committee, I fought like hell to get the projects that we have now on the south side of town so that we could spur economic development like what Mr. Demerol is suggesting here. He took a risk that nobody else was willing to take. He took a risk that nobody else was willing to take, creating jobs and economic development and creating opportunities for minority-owned businesses. He took that risk. And I think it's the least that we can do is to support him in that. When there have been other businesses that have gone out of business. But he's saying he will pay back $1 million of that 1.8. I believe it's worth the investment. We just need to get beyond the political antics because I really think that that's what's at the bottom of it. And support economic development on the south side of Tallahassee. We deserve it. And I'm going to continue to fight with others, along with others, to make that happen. And until I see others willing to do that, I'm going to support this project. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Richardson. I believe all the commissioners have had the opportunity to weigh in on this.
Not on the substitute
I think
motion.
everybody's had the opportunity. You haven't?
Not on the substitute.
Substitute motion.
The substitute motion is what's on the floor, but I think everybody's had the opportunity. I know you have, Commissioner Matlow. 1 minute, 1 minute.
Okay. Yeah, no, I just want to weigh in on the substitute motion. If that is the will of the body to look for a loan structure that works for the applicant, I could get there if it included a personal guarantee from anybody who has a 10% interest in the company or more, and we set a date certain for repayment. So I'll leave that at the maker of the motion. If they're willing to personally guarantee that this is going to get repaid, that would alleviate a lot of heartburn. But one other question I do have to raise for staff is where Policy 114 prohibits project proposals that propose OEV funds be used directly or indirectly in whole or in part to support or oppose any political party, campaign, or candidate, or engage in lobbying the IA board. Demerol International is a campaign media production company. They would be the recipient of the funds. So how can we ensure these funds are consistent with our policy?
Madam Attorney, is that an appropriate question for you to respond to? It's my understanding that.
Sure, I can answer the question. So that's on page 427, which is the policy exhibit attachment to the agenda item. So at the very top, it talks about project proposals that propose OEV funds be used directly or indirectly in whole or in part to support or oppose any political party, et cetera, would be prohibited. Those are ineligible. This is under the section of ineligible project proposals. This proposal, as I understand it, is not proposing to use the funds for political activity. So I don't think that that's an issue here, but I just wanted to highlight that that language is in the section on ineligible project proposals, and that's not applicable here, based on the proposal.
Thank you, Madam Attorney.
Okay, yeah, I understand the interpretation. It does say propose, but it also says indirectly. I don't know how you would propose, and I'm not sure that's meaningful at all if potentially dollars would get paid to a media company directly that engages in electioneering, particularly for members of this board. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Keefe. Real brief, and then we're going to a vote.
One question, I'm going to keep my promise to you. Madam Chairman, do we know if this project did not get our funding, would it move on or would it imperil the project?
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm not sure if I didn't see that in the analysis. Director Bowers, you want to address that at all?
The question is, if the project did not receive our funding, would it move on? That's for actually for the applicant to address. I have no clue as to how this impacts his ability. When we talked to and did our research with the information that was provided, I will say that the lenders that have committed to this program have provided us with information basically outlining the projected revenue and debt service and deemed it to be sustainable.
So,
and that's absent of the additional scope of the project.
Madam Chair, if the applicant wants to speak to this like you did the other.
Well, at this point, I think we've had enough discussion on this issue right now. I don't want him to come back at this point. I think everybody's had an opportunity to state their opinion. So, Madam Clerk, I want to ask for a voice vote. The motion is a substitute motion by Commissioner Minor to approve $1.7 million to the applicant as a reasonable grant that would be repaid to Blueprint. And I believe it was seconded by Commissioner Welch. Okay.
Madam Chair, just to clarify, so it would be the eligible amount, the 1.759 million, as a recoverable grant / loan. That'd be one. The entire amount would be a loan, and then the important part is that the entire amount of that loan would be backed by a performance bond. Which, to address Commissioner Matlow's point, I appreciate the consideration that you offered, but the 10% personal guarantee wouldn't be necessary under if it's backed by a performance bond. Performance bond protects the taxpayer investment.
Right.
So if there's a loss, we get that, we recoup that money. It makes sure, it assures the taxpayer investment that we get that money back should there be anything wrong with the project.
Thank you,
Madam
Commissioner
Chair, if I
Minor.
could just clarify before you start the vote. OEV does not do loans. We cannot do loans. This is a recoverable grant, not a loan. We can't do loans.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Daley,
No.
Commissioner Matlow,
No.
Commissioner Porter, Commissioner Williams-Cox,
No.
Commissioner Richardson,
No.
Commissioner.
No.
Commissioner Cummings,
No.
Commissioner Maddox,
No.
Commissioner Minor, Commissioner O'Keefe,
No.
Commissioner Welch, Commissioner Proctor.
No.
The motion.
No.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. So the motion failed. So we will go back to the original motion. And I believe it was made by?
Made by myself, option number 2.
Option 2. Madam Clerk, we will have a roll call vote, please.
Mayor Daley,
Madam
Aye.
Chair.
Mayor Daley. Commissioner Matlow,
Nay.
Commissioner Porter,
Nay.
Commissioner Williams-Cox,
Yes.
Commissioner Richardson,
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Cummings,
Yes.
Commissioner Maddox, Commissioner Minor,
Regretfully, no.
Commissioner O'Keefe,
Nope.
Commissioner Proctor,
Yes.
Commissioner Welch.
Oh, thank you. So that motion did pass. Now, this brings us to agenda item number 9, agenda item number 9, Mr. Director?
Madam Chair,
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Maddox.
just on point, I mean, before the item. Can I ask Mr. Bowers a question?
Please.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Bowers, the information, all information that was asked for and required from the applicant, did the applicant submit all information?
For the agenda item 8?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is the foodies agenda item. right?
Oh, so,
That's
no.
number 9.
That's item number 9.
I'm talking about item number 9, yes.
We did not receive all the requested information. And the scoring matrix will reflect that.
Madam Chair, it's 9:15. I mean, I'm okay with us taking this agenda item. I think a large part of the reason that some of the percentages, some of the score was the way it was is because some things were missing from the actual request. If the applicant has a desire to send in those items, I'll be willing, if the rest of the board is willing to entertain such, to table the item to give the applicant time to get that in. But if he has no desire, I guess we take it up today. But giving the applicant to get the time to get that in, considering so many points were missing because of some of the things that were missing from the actual applicant. So, Madam Chair, I don't know if you want to give the applicant an opportunity to address that.
I think we perhaps could. I believe right now we would listen to public comment, but if we're going to table it, then we really wouldn't need to do that, correct?
Decide that first. So for tabling, you do need a second. There's
Well,
no
I'm not
debate.
ready to table yet.
We want to,
If the applicant is going to say that he's not going to submit any more items, then there's no point. So it's really, I'm asking the applicant, does he want the opportunity
to submit.
to submit all documentation needed for him to receive the full amount of points that he could possibly receive from the project? So
And then
if you,
possibly have staff bring it back at the
Yes,
next
yes,
meeting.
but-
Are you willing?
There's only one document that I do not think that was provided.
But are you willing to provide what's
I don't know what
missing?
document they're referring to. I'm assuming it's a small portion of my personal tax return,
But you
which
would
is on
get
a
with
Schedule
staff,
C.
you're willing to get with staff and amend and make sure you've got everything in there?
If that's the doc they're asking for, but at the same time, it's this one sheet of paper.
I understand
I
that.
don't know what the other documents are.
I tell you what, how about this? Madam Chair, are you willing to submit any documents that the staff is missing in order for it to be added to the agenda item? Yes or no? Yes, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Chair, I'll make a motion that we table this item until the next meeting. In such time, I will ask the applicant to make sure that staff has all the documents needed to proficiently score the item. If staff does not receive those documentations, then we will take the item as is and vote on it.
Is there a
My
second?
motion.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Go
Okay,
ahead.
go ahead.
Is there a second?
Commissioner Minor, second.
Commissioner Minor?
Yes, I second.
Okay, thanks. Discussion?
I just
Madam-
wanted,
There's no debate on lay on the table. It can't be amended and it's not debatable. Majority vote.
But can we discuss it?
Majority vote
Yes.
to just bring it back, to
Robert's
table it
rules.
and bring it back?
Yes, to
Okay.
lay it on the table, to bring it back.
to the next meeting?
You need a second, you have that. There's no debate, there's no
Okay,
amendment.
good.
It's a majority vote.
All right. All those,
Next meeting.
It's the
All-
28th.
all those in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
we-
There's no debate.
Nay.
Let it
Nay.
be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
We roll
Nay.
call.
Do we need a roll call? Okay. And I understand it has to be unanimous, but that would give the applicant an opportunity to
No,
fix whatever's deficient.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, it's a majority vote.
It's majority, okay.
Yes. And just for clarity, our next regular meeting will be on November the 7th.
Oh,
Whoa.
The meeting next
Yeah.
week is just
Nah.
a public hearing on the budget.
oh,
The second and final hearing on the budget.
I have one thing to say. This is 5 points out of the whole scoring metric. Everything else is, let's roll with it.
Can we just take it up, Madam Chair? Just
Well, we'll
Okay,
just,
I tell you what, I withdraw my motion then.
okay, the motion is withdrawn.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Director, do you all have any presentation on this?
Speakers.
We do, and I believe there may be speakers. on.
Okay. How many speakers do we have?
We have 7.
There's not 7 here, I promise you.
Madam Chair.
Already left.
Are there any speakers?
Our first speaker is Stanley Sims, followed by Hinton Battle.
He's
then
waving.
Ron Shulman.
Yes, sir.
Ron Schulman, 1817 Log Ridge Trail. As a business, restaurant business owner, I deal with Grubhub, DoorDash, and Uber, and pay them an enormous amount of commissions. I'm in support of the Foodies takeout and delivery. They approached me and told me I could get the same service that they gave at a 0 commission rate. I was paying them upwards of 30% commission to those companies, where I could keep 100% of the money that I make. Obviously, it was an eye-opener. They explained to me that we provide the same exact service that those companies provided, and they were local, and their customer support was here. They provided everything I needed to be successful, and it seemed like a no-brainer. So I went forward with it, and it was everything they said. So obviously, when you're with those other third-party companies, you have to raise what you're charging your customers to compensate for those high commission rates. And I don't have to do that with them because I kept 100% of the money. So it was an advantage for me to be part of that, as my customers didn't have to pay higher costs just for the food that I provided. And obviously, I saw a higher return. The customer support was there, it was local. Any issues that we ever had, it wasn't a phone call to wait on hold forever, and then it made no sense to even be on that call. By the time we were able to get it resolved, customer never received their food or whatever problems they had. With Foodies, it was a little bit easier. They were local, they handled everything right here, easy to contact, and my business thrived from that. I had an opportunity to leave that business, and as soon as I did, I gave a call to the owner of Foodies and requested to take on a job if that was something he was looking for. So now I do work for Foodies, takeout and delivery. And I did that because I wanted to help other restaurants here in town, and not just here in town, but anywhere, save that 30% commission that these companies are robbing all the restaurants and pay 0 commission. And in doing so, I have helped many restaurants get on board and help them save money, keep 100% of their money moving forward, and hopefully continue and thrive in business. Thank you.
Next will be Hinton Battle, followed by Aaron Carranza, Jerry Madden.
Madam Chairperson and rest of the board members, good evening, good night, and all that kind of good stuff. Thank you for your patience. My name is Hinton Battle, 1093 Rockbrook Court, Tallahassee, Florida. Part of my part is business development and acquisition. We had a few of our restaurants here this evening to really talk about a whole bunch of things that we can do. So at the meantime, what we do is basically help businesses stay alive to do what they need, just not on the south side, on the north side, but all of Tallahassee locally. So keeping the business going, keeping them alive to be able to support, grow, and support their community. So a lot, as couldn't been said all day, but we've been here long enough. So thank you all for your time once again.
Next speaker is Aaron Carranza, followed by Jerry Madden, then Dustin Rivest.
Good afternoon, or good evening. And I first want to address this by obviously taking time to talk about my score, 65 out of 95 points. On 5 sections, I received 50% values. I call those Fs. Total deduction of 30 points. Staff didn't recommend funding because of a low score, and I didn't get a lot of justification there. In the scoring notes provided by the staff, there were no negative comments or mentions of incompleteness. I got a 7.5 out of 15 for demonstrating capital investment into the community for general public purpose of improving the local economy. It's all throughout our application that our services are helping restaurants fight off the third-party delivery commissions that are plaguing our community. More than $27.5 million in commissions was sent to third-party companies last year in 2022, to California to be exact. Restaurants are having to mark up their prices by 30%, which affects everyone. Our services make it where restaurants don't have to mark it up a penny. Did you know that 86% of Americans order food online? 60% once a week. I got a 7.5 out of 15 on the project sustainability, including to the extent which project demonstrates support from local stakeholders, private, public, and nonprofit. On the private side, I've already got 50 restaurants supporting us, some which were here earlier and had to leave. On the public side, we've had OEV support on numerous occasions, most recently January of this year with Co-Brand and Flyers talking about don't just shop local, order local. And we have nonprofits who love us. We do a lot of stuff with Share Nights with Big Brothers Big Sisters and Hang Tough Foundation and many more. I got a 5 out of 10 on the ability to cost share and match funds. We've already poured $150,000 into this initiative. Our goal has always been to help one of the most impacted industries that's happened because of COVID-19. We also have investments of over another $250,000 over the next few years in our goal to build a strong technology company here in Tallahassee. I got 2.5 out of documents reflecting the organizational management and financial structure of the applicant. I provided budgets, forecasts, allocation of grant funding, and match funding. An organizational chart was supplied with 2 employees. We also provided 2022 and 2023 balance sheets and P&Ls. My 2022 tax returns, which are not due to date, were not supplied. And it was never mentioned on the application a requirement of certain documents, which should be updated. In 2021 was the first year we had business income, which is very minute. As I own 100% of my company, it was actually filed in a Schedule C on my personal tax return, which is why I did not file my personal tax return with this. But I do have a Schedule C here that shows around $10,000 of income in 2021. Lastly, 2.5 out of 5 on the ability to create and retain jobs with at least a livable wage. I've got 2 employees right now paying $55,000 a year. I'm pretty sure that's above minimum wage. I don't think there's any other applicants up here today that even have a job going on right now. And we also are committed to serving and hiring more staff. Lastly, this project is for the restaurant community more than anything. This money is going directly to 100 restaurants. This community was struck just about as hard as any during COVID, a community that already operates on the thinnest of margins, and a community that's being taken advantage of by the corporate giants, a community that all the citizens rely on. Your vote is to help 100 restaurants with the technology, resources needed to stay competitive in this very greedy space consumed by these third-party giants. Together, we can help our friends in the restaurant community not only survive, but thrive while keeping more money in this community's pockets. I hope these restaurants can support. You can count on your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was our final speaker.
Thank you. Mr. Director, you have a presentation on this?
Yes, Madam Chair. So item 9 is consideration for a non-competitive project funding request by Foodies, Inc. And we'll start with the Foodies proposal overview. At the May 11 IA board meeting, IA board directed staff to review and evaluate the proposal. Foodies project has a goal to onboard 100 local restaurants to their online delivery ordering platform. The funding request is $100,000 to be utilized for equipment and marketing services provided to restaurants that participate in the platform. However, when we examined the request, we determined that $45,000 of the $100,000 was allocated for marketing and salaries, which are ineligible expenses per the policy 114. Foodies actually aligns with 2 of our strategic initiatives. One that with business recruitment, the plan is designed to allow restaurants to retain 20% of the revenue generated from their delivery orders. And it also touches upon the fostering of entrepreneurship and business formation. Foodies works with entrepreneurs that operate ghost kitchens, and the access to the Foodies platform could eventually allow them to grow into their own space and drive additional economic impact. The project also aligns with our targeted industries in that the application is tech-based and is providing the services and is grounded in IT. And it also aligns with applied sciences and innovation because consumers can purchase online. In addition, the project is, again, as I mentioned, heavily involved in ghost kitchen. The anticipated economic impact, based on the proposal that we received, the applicant indicated that by using the platform, restaurants could possibly experience savings of up to $250 a month, which they could then use to reinvest in their businesses. Now, the additional information that was provided by the applicant, he indicated that the applicant indicated that they were working with white label delivery services that were interested in Tallahassee and interested in hiring 13 drivers. However, when we began to analyze the application, there were some other considerations that factored into the scoring metrics. And here are a list of the deficiencies. We did not receive any filed tax returns, bank statements, or audited financial statements as per the policy 114. We could not demonstrate or we could not verify the actual investment. We received a balance sheet that had the $150,000, but we received no evidence that that money was actually invested in the company. We also could not quantify the return on the investment. The proposal indicated that the restaurants would be able to use the savings to create new jobs. However, without having the tax returns, without having audited financial statements, it's very difficult for us to analyze these types of requests. In terms of creating jobs, I think the proposal that we reviewed demonstrated that there would be 2 to 3 jobs that would be created, and the funding would go to pay their salaries for 3 months. And then in terms of the demonstrated stakeholder support, we received 2 letters of support from local restaurants. As the applicant indicated in his proposal, they had over 50 restaurants currently on the platform. So those were the criteria that we used to determine the score. Also, again, as stated here, we have the applicant has the opportunity to resubmit after they've cured these deficiencies and provided some additional information, and they could reapply at that time. Staff recommendation, based on the scoring metrics, they scored 65 points out of a possible 95 points available, which led to our recommendation to not approve the funding request of $55,000.
Thank you, Director Bowers, for that presentation. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
I think Commissioner Welch was up first.
Oh, I didn't see it. Commissioner Welch.
Thank you, distinguished madams, Chair and Vice Chair. Thank you. I appreciate staff's work on this. And as I mentioned earlier, to me, this is the kind of project I think of when I think of a non-competitive project. It's $55,000 to onboard 100 restaurants in our community. Those restaurants are going to be small businesses likely. And in that business where the margins are very tight, if you can save a restaurant owner 2 or 3% or 10%, I mean, you're talking life-changing differences. And this is buying technology for those people and onboarding them into this programming so that they can hopefully survive a little longer. We know that that is a tough business. I know Commissioner Caban probably knows that that's a tough business. So I appreciate staff's assessment given what they were given, but to me, $55,000 is worth, you know, the try. So I would like to make a motion for option 2, the $55,000 allocation.
Option 2, Commissioner.
Option 2 on here is do not approve.
Do not approve.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm usually in bed by now, to be honest with you.
Welcome to Blueprint.
Which option is it, Mr. Keith? Option 1, I'd like to approve, I would like to make a motion to approve option 1 for the $55,000 capital investment. Thank you.
Commissioner Caban, second.
I second.
Okay. Madam Williams-Cox.
Thank you, and thank you. I would like to support this, but because when you had me at technology and food, that works for me. But here's what I want to make sure. We don't want to set a precedence that you can submit an insufficient application and still receive funding. So I would ask that, I can agree with the motion, but I would like for the required information to be provided so that we can complete this file, so that when those who come behind us in 2040 see what we did with $55,000, it was a completed packet of information. So is that something that you could accept as a part? Because I know waiting until November is a long time for the next meeting, but if you could work with if they could work with staff to provide the necessary information, then I could support going ahead and approving, contingent upon providing that information.
Madam Chair? Yeah?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. I don't know, I don't want to put a contingency on it. I mean, he's got one document that he claims to have that shows the income from I don't know exactly how many documents were needed, but I would not want to put a contingency on it, because I would assume that those documents are either unavailable or, again, $55,000 for me for potential 100 individual businesses. It's not like the money's going to be used for something else. It can only be used to onboard 100 businesses. So who was my second? Mr. Caban, what do you think?
No.
Can't do that?
Like that.
Okay.
No.
You're going to go to the principal office.
Yeah. I mean, can I ask the applicant how he feels about that?
No, not
No?
at this point. I think, let me get some more commissioner comments.
Okay.
Commissioner Welch. Okay.
I'd like to keep the motion as is if possible.
is, okay.
And I welcome Commissioner Maddox is good about this kind of stuff, so you got you want to amend my motion?
Madam Chair.
Was that Commissioner?
That wasn't God. That was
Commissioner, okay, Commissioner Proctor, I apologize, I can't see your name tag up.
Was it Richardson?
Was it Richardson? Okay, Commissioner
Commissioner-
Richardson, and then we'll come to you, Commissioner Caban.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I would want to support this as well because of the impact on local businesses, especially the mom and pop restaurants in particular. But the thing that I would caution is that this sets a dangerous precedent, because there will be others that will come and they can make the same argument and we still give them funding. So I would just caution us in that respect, that this could set a dangerous precedent. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Richardson. Commissioner Caban.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Keith. Okay.
Thank you. If you mistake me with the younger, better-looking commissioner, I'm okay with it. Thank you, Madam Chair. No offense to Commissioner Welch. I just have
Battle of the balls.
I just have a quick question and comments. Madam Chair, for you to direct the right person to answer, the recommendation is denial, but I'd like to confirm the EVLC Council, what was their recommendation?
Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
The EVLC gave a favorable programmatic review of the proposal.
Thank you. And so that's helpful. We know these are the same people who reviewed our other proposals. And I'll tell you, y'all may not remember, but Dustin and I were on the wrong side of the ballot last year, actually running against each other. But I am so excited about this because our local restaurants are one of the best things about our community. And unfortunately, we are seeing more and more close while more and more chains open up. And I have been dying to see something we can do as a OEV to help our local businesses. And if they can cut out 30% in fees that are going to another state, that's the way to go. They've also provided letters from this other delivery service that if they expand, they're going to bring their service to our town. And not only that, it's something that's already operational. It's not very speculative. They're doing it, and what they're saying is we can do even more if we have this money. And so I understand that there's that there was a note, about some tax returns or something like that. But I really think in the scope of things, this is such a big issue for such a small amount of money comparatively. And I think that as someone who pays a lot of delivery fees and really doesn't want to see the rest of my favorite restaurants go out of business, I really am just excited to move forward with this so we can get going and let them gear up for our local restaurants. And I'm happy to support this thing.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Keefe. Commissioner Caban?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Commissioner Welch and Commissioner Williams-Cox, I was going to make a motion prior to you to support the funding with a 30-day contingency that whatever documents staff needed from the applicant, that as long as he submitted to OEV everything
Is that
required.
a substitute motion, Commissioner? Are you making a substitute motion?
No, I'm conversating. I'm discussing. I'm discussing the motion on the table. And so I believe that the restaurant industry is the backbone of Tallahassee, and I do want to support the motion, but I also think it's important to follow procedure so that way in the future we have some kind of standard. So I'll support the motion, but if there is a substitute motion with a contingency, I would support that as well.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Matlow?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to support the motion as well, but I do think what we're discussing in the background is we need to tighten up this program. There's way too many inconsistencies. Applicants are being asked to produce documents that aren't explicitly spelled out in exactly what they would need to submit for approval. So we end up with a situation where it's like, I didn't have a Schedule C. I didn't know because we didn't lay out tax returns were a requirement. So I think we need to bring this back and know exactly what the requirements are. We also need to look at the EVLC requirement and all. We keep saying they're making recommendations. They're meeting without a quorum. A board can't make a recommendation if it doesn't have a quorum. So we need to decide if we're going to skip that step. Thirdly, this item was recommended by staff to the EVLC, but based on the conversation at the EVLC, there were things that were said that made their recommendation switch. None of those things are included in our agenda item, so it's very important. Our agenda item includes how we arrive at decisions. So just all around, let's look at this program, figure out how we can make it the most fair for everybody, and really lay out step by step what's expected so we don't get into this situation again. On the item, I do think it's on par and even better in the number of jobs it creates, dollar for dollar. It does have a proven model in our community, and I would say if you want to voluntarily submit your Schedule C to staff, put it into the record just so we can say it was received. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. Finally, Commissioner Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a request that has a far-reaching impact. I mean, we've talked about it already. I mean, our local restaurant industry really suffered during COVID, and they continue to suffer today. And I worked in the restaurant industry as a kid. I mean, the margins are incredibly thin. And so I see this as a great opportunity for us to not just help an emerging business, but also help the local restaurant industry. I agree with Commissioner Welch. It's a relatively small amount of money, but it is $55,000. And I want to make sure that the consideration we give this, there could be a few other requests coming down the pike that are similar amounts of money. And so I want to make sure we do adhere to the required documentation. Madam Chair, I wanted to ask our Executive Director just to clarify something he said earlier. When he went through the deficiencies, I think he said that the applicant was asked to provide evidence of the capital investment being directed toward the actual business. Is that correct? But that you had a balance sheet, but not the actual proof. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, I have no reason to not trust Mr. Rivest on this, but if we set a precedent that we don't require that that we don't require proof of that investment being directed to the right place, another applicant can come later without that documentation. And we don't know that person. And yet we're then under the pressure then to move forward even without that required documentation. So Commissioner Welch, I want to support the motion too. I think it's a good thing. But I do have that nagging red flag that I have, not necessarily with this particular proposal, but with the precedent that we would set. And Mr. Richardson mentioned this too. So I would ask you to reconsider a friendly amendment that we do give the applicant a certain amount of time. It doesn't need to come back to us necessarily, but if the applicant is able to provide the documentation to Blueprint staff satisfaction, as we've described here, within a certain amount of time, 60 days, whatever, if you would be willing to add that to the motion, I'll support it.
Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
I can kind of see the sentiment, and I don't disagree, obviously. I recognize that, I think that we're all maybe going, it's just $50,000, but and that's what I'm thinking, right? But I totally agree. So if that's the sentiment of the board, I'll modify my motion to essentially what Commissioner Caban recommended, which is the $55,000, and give Mr. Rivest 60 days to produce documentation that staff feels sufficiently raises that score some.
Thank you, Commissioner. Well, who seconded? Commissioner O'Keefe?
I did. I'll second that.
Okay,
I'll
if you're
second that
okay
as well.
with that
Yes, ma'am.
amendment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner
Thank you.
Maddox.
Mr. Bowers, if I can, Madam Chair.
Please.
How much could the missing documentation boost the score by the applicant?
It would depend on the categories, as the scoring matrix is weighted, and it's really weighted for us to have as much information for us to make a reasonable analysis. So some of the items are weighted more. I don't have that information.
Well, let me ask you this way. There were a lot of things on there that it covered a cross section of things that you felt like could help the score of that 65. And you said there was just one document missing?
No, sir. That's not what I said.
Okay. All right. That's all I need right there. So here's the thing that kind of got me in a tizzy a little bit is that, and I'm almost hesitant to say it, y'all. We had Mr. Sims come here and give us a proposal that was missing a whole bunch of stuff. And I would imagine that his score was affected because he was missing a whole bunch of stuff. And we sat around this table and we everybody just said, this is a good proposal, we're going to support it. In spite of the fact there's a 65 up there out of 95. And our staff is recommended against it. I'm glad we are where we are because it is a good thing. I do like what he's trying to do, but he literally said, no, I think I'm just going to go today. I don't need to get these documents. And it's a 65. A 65. So look, I'm glad we are where we are. I'm going to support it. But my thing is that the other piece of it, we just sat here and grilled a man who had a 93 out of 95, all documents given, everything you can ask for, 47 jobs and $17.8 million. And staff just sat here and said, well, we couldn't get this number, we couldn't get that number, we couldn't get this number, we couldn't really tell this, but because it's just $55,000, 65, it's okay, we'll just go ahead and do it. And this was before we even had consideration of handing in the paperwork. What precedents do you set? Even this discussion itself. You don't think that you're gonna watch it. Mr. Sims ain't gonna watch this. Oh, they just giving out because it's just $55,000. I ain't gotta have all my paperwork. I just gotta convince them it's good and come back with that. What we doing? I know it's late, but what we doing? So all I'm asking is, process is everything. Commissioner Dozier, you said all the time, process is everything. If there's required paperwork that's supposed to be sent in, I believe our staff is pretty fair. I do. If it's required stuff that's supposed to be sent in and it's not there, and you look at a score of 65, even though it's $55,000, and you say to yourself, well, it's just that. But if it's a way to say, hey man, just if you got that in, it might boost your score 20, 30 points. just for that one piece, or just to explain to staff that other pieces that we're talking about. But if we can just say, just because, hey, we can see where it makes a lot of sense, but we don't really care about the rest of the processes that we have in place, it makes a lot of sense to us. Who cares if it's a 65? The next time somebody comes in with 65, they're going to expect the same kind of courtesy that we're giving Mr. Revis. And I love the project. I like Dustin, and I want to support it. I was going to support it when it came back, and I'm going to support it this time. But the way this conversation went, we got to be better. We got to be better about our processes and making sure that if somebody says, if we can give them the opportunity, like we are right now, which I appreciate your idea, Commissioner Caban, we give him the opportunity to get the paperwork in, so then he can be rescored. And honestly, I would love to see what the score is after all the documentation is given and all the questions are answered, because I think once you get there, that 65 is probably 15 points. It's probably an 80, 85. But I would like to know what that score looks like for real, because I don't think this project is just a 65 score project. I think it's a little more, but that's why I was saying, do you want more time to get that stuff in? So then, when somebody comes back, I can say that I support this $55,000 with an 85 score, not a 65. So even when it comes back, I'm going to support the motion on the floor. Whenever all the documentation is given and all the things are scored, I still would like to know what the ending score is for this project. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Maddox. We're going to vote on the motion on the floor, which is option 2 with the caveat.
Option 1.
Approve, I'm sorry. Option 1 with the caveat that the applicant be allowed 60 days to provide the missing documentation to OEV. Everybody clear? Maybe we can have a voice vote. All those in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition?
I'm in favor, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Richardson. Okay. Commissioner Proctor, you're on?
Aye.
Okay, awesome. So we have a unanimous vote.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners. I believe this ends our agendaed business meeting. Now the floor is open for
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Director's comments. And I'd like to start off, commissioners. I received correspondence from President Larry Robinson, Florida A&M University, requesting that our staff be allowed to communicate with members of his staff in reference to a request from Blueprint. And what I would like to do is entertain a motion to be able to give this request to staff, have them review it, analyze it, bring it back as an agenda item.
So moved.
Madam Chair.
It's been moved in second.
No.
Madam Chair, can you elaborate on what this motion
I can
is,
read it
what
into the record. It's very short. It's just,
requested?
yes. Commissioner Porter, I promise you, when I finish reading, I'll call you.
I'm
I
sure you're
won't
gonna answer
forget.
my question.
Okay, it's
No,
dated September 20th. It's addressed to me as Blueprint Chair. It says, thank you and the board members of the Blueprint Intergovernmental Agency for the $10 million invested in the renaissance of Bragg Memorial Stadium. The $10 million investment by Blueprint and the $8 million that we have invested in Bragg Memorial Stadium and its newly named Ken Riley Field have definitely revitalized this iconic venue, which contributes greatly to the culture of the South Side and has economic impacts throughout Leon County. However, there are some remaining challenges in the facility. Specifically, we are in need of an additional $15 million from Blueprint's infrastructure funds to enhance some of the health and safety aspects of this community asset. Therefore, I am requesting your consideration of a meeting with Blueprint staff to explore options for Florida A&M University to be granted this request. And then he goes on to say, please contact Dr. Shanti Friday-Stroud and Dr. William Hudson regarding a meeting in the near future. We are looking forward to continuing to work with Blueprint directors, and staff on uplifting community initiative. Thank you for your unwavering commitment and service to this community. And it's signed by President Larry Robinson, President of Florida A&M University. So I have a motion and a second to deliver this to staff with request that they bring back an agenda item. All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
Nay.
Okay, well, we need to have,
I'm in favor, Madam Chair.
thank you. Can we have a voice, because I'm not sure who said yes or no. Can we have a roll call, Madam Clerk?
Madam Chair, I'm sorry. Who made the you made the motion? Who was the second?
I made the motion.
She made the
Oh, okay.
And second by Commissioner Knapp. Okay, we're asking for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Matlow?
Nay.
Commissioner Porter?
Nay.
Commissioner Richardson?
Yeah.
Commissioner Williams-Cox?
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner Richardson, yes.
Commissioner Caban?
Aye.
Commissioner Cummings?
Yes.
Commissioner Maddox?
Yes.
Commissioner Minor?
Yes.
Commissioner O'Keefe?
No.
Commissioner Proctor?
Commissioner Proctor, are you on? Yes, thank you.
Commissioner Welch?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you. It passes, and I will pass this to staff. Now I will open the floor for any board member. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the last meeting, I made the motion that we look at the affordable housing, and staff has brought back some information saying that they would be bringing us something more back in November. I have received, and Madam Chair has received a proposal from Bethel Baptist Church through their organization to submit a proposal for some proposed housing, affordable housing in a couple of locations in town. And I would like to, Madam Chair, ask that I be allowed to provide this to staff and that they bring back, do an analysis of this and bring back an agenda item. And I don't know whether it's OEV or infrastructure, but wherever staff thinks.
Blueprint staff.
Blueprint staff will let us know where that is.
Thank you. Thank you. All those in
For discussion?
favor, we've got a motion and a second. Is there discussion?
Yes.
Commissioner O'Keefe.
Yes, thank you.
not sure that
I'll wait until we, okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to support this unless, just because I think we have the proposal that was brought by Cajun last time, and that triggered us bringing back an item, researching what we're allowed to do, what policies, what changes we would need. And so we haven't made those. We haven't gotten advice from staff. We haven't made a substantial change or whatever rules we have to. And so I don't think everyone who is in the, every community group who's in the affordable housing space knows the rules to follow by yet. And so we're not jumping before and back and forth as little as possible. I'd like to at least defer things like this until we get our November update and direction on what we can do to open up to affordable housing. And with that, I'll pass.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Keefe. Commissioner Caban.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to support the motion as an agenda item for it to come back. But overall, I have some concerns about with Blueprint tapping in to affordable housing. Commissioner Williams-Cox, I'm going to support it. I would love to see the analysis come back from staff. But I do think we should be supporting affordable housing. I just want to make sure that Blueprint or OEV, whichever one, that this is the right avenue for those funds versus it coming before the City of Tallahassee or our Board of County Commissioners.
Thank you for those comments. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you. Is this for infrastructure dollars?
I didn't understand your question.
Is this a request for infrastructure, to have an infrastructure project with?
As I made as a part of the motion, is for Blueprint staff to advise us which way, where it should be.
Okay. I mean, my take on it is I think if we're going to go down the affordable housing path, which we laid out previously, we need to go ahead and establish that as infrastructure that we do want to invest in, go through the motions to open up that as an investment opportunity. Then we need to fund it, which we just didn't fund anything in our budget, so we don't even have any money. Now, I'm not against the proposal. I just think it's the cart before the horse. Let's see where we're going. Then we can ask people to bring us proposals and then vote on them. So respectfully, I'm going to vote no today because I don't think we, even if it came back next meeting, we're not set up to start paying for it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. And we don't have, the commissioners haven't seen the proposal, which is why we asked, and, that it goes to staff and let them do the analysis and let us know. Okay, may we have a roll call vote, Madam Clerk? Does everybody understand the motion? Okay, good.
Commissioner Matlow?
Nay.
Porter?
Nay.
Richardson?
I'm yes, Madam Chair. I'm yes. Did you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Williams Cox?
Yes.
Commissioner Caban?
Yes.
Commissioner Cummings?
Yes.
Commissioner Maddox? Commissioner Minor?
Yes.
Commissioner O'Keefe?
No.
Commissioner Proctor?
Yes.
Commissioner Welch?
So the motion passed. So I will,
What street is that?
thank you, Commissioners.
This is, no, the one way. Oh, this street. Oh, street, okay.
Any other board comment? We'll go to Commissioner Caban.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to end this, I know we talked about a lot, we had a lot of debates. I just want to end this meeting on a positive note. Director Bowers, Director Calder, Madam Attorney, Director White, you guys have done a great job. I want to be clear that we know early in this meeting, I was pretty upset about the way an agenda item was brought before us, but in no way, shape, or form do I want you guys to take that as disrespectful or me coming at you all. I do have some frustrations with some processes that we can discuss at a later time, but I want to let you all know that I think you guys are great, and I appreciate all the hard work and effort that you guys have done and continue to do on behalf of our community. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Caban. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Earlier in the meeting, we created a new form of investment called a recoverable grant that wasn't defined by any means. So I know staff will work on that to draft the contract, but I move that we don't create recoverable grant contracts or direct staff not to enter in any recoverable grant contracts that don't include a personal guarantee from the owner.
Second.
Commissioner Williams Cox.
Commissioner Matlow, respectfully, I will not be supporting that because, one, that's not an instrument that we even had. This was not a loan. This was without request or requirement. The developer offered to repay a portion of this. So we don't even know if this will ever even happen again. No one else has ever offered to repay. So we don't even know if this will ever happen again. So I don't want to go ahead and let's start creating another set of bureaucracy when it may not be necessary. Again, I am very, I want to be very stingy with staff's time in doing things that are meaningful and that are not going to be perhaps one-time or rare things. And we need to get into the habit of making sure that they're doing things that are going to be recurring and that we can perfect. And I just don't think that not many people who come and ask for money are trying to give it back. And this was not a loan. It was clear, we don't do loans. But he offered to repay it, so they had to try to think of a way to accept the money back. So I won't support creating layers and layers of something that may not ever happen again.
Thank you. Commissioner Williams-Cox. Yes, Commissioner Matlow, and then we'll go for the vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And respectfully, I disagree. If we're going to get paid back, having a personal guarantee shouldn't be a concern. I've personal guaranteed every single one of my business loans. I think that's where traditional financing has moved. And if we're expecting this money to actually be returned, it's prudent of us to have a personal guarantee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. One last comment from Commissioner Caban.
Could we restate the motion?
That we direct staff that anytime we draft a contract to enter into a recoverable grant, we include a personal guarantee from the owners.
May I have a follow-up question? Madam Chair?
Madam
Yes,
Chair,
please.
I'm sorry, before we go down this road a little bit. I
Okay.
mean, it's important to understand that this is not a loan. It is a grant at the end of the day. And to require a personal guarantee, I just don't know how we would enforce
I think if it could be brought back before it's executed, then of what the recoverable grant document looks like before it's executed. I do think since a recoverable grant isn't much of anything, it's two words that we haven't defined. I think a personal guarantee, I think legally we would be in a position to where we could require the recovery that they're telling us we're going to get this in 3 years. When they finance it, they also enter into a contract that they personally guarantee that is the truth, and they will back it with their own financial resources if it, in fact, is not recoverable.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. Commissioner Proctor?
Madam Chair, I asked to speak during the open, not on this item right here. I'm okay with that, but I just wanted to say, Madam Chair, to your motion previous, I'm sorry because I'm between functions and whatnot. CDC announced today that the Florida High School Athletic Association will be coming to Tallahassee. It would generate $11 million for our local economy in December. I think it's December the 7th, 8th, and 9th. And for all classifications of high schools. And I think that the health safety issue is magnified in as much as the Florida High School Athletic Association wants to use the historic house that Jake Gaither built at Bragg Stadium. That's awesome, and it gives us a wonderful reason to be excited about the ask which your motion put forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. Now I want to call for the vote on Commissioner Matlow's motion.
Madam Chair, I had a follow-up.
I'm sorry. I thought you had put your name down. Go
Commissioner
ahead.
Matlow, so I get where you're going in the direction you want to go. I have a hard time supporting it because I think that OEV should still be able to evaluate and score and make recommendations on a project-to-project basis. I'm not saying that in the future I'm not opposed to, if OEV does do loans, that it is backed by personal guarantee. But I think it's just a blanket motion across the board. I'm not in favor of that because I think every project coming before OEV will differ and have different asks from project to ask, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Caban. I think we're ready for the vote, and I think your motion was not to create a recoverable grant.
Not to enter into any recoverable grant.
I'm sorry.
Not to enter into any recoverable
not to
grant
enter
contracts without a personal guarantee from the owners.
Okay. All those, well, I think we probably need to have a roll call vote on that one as well, Madam Clerk. We're working you tonight.
Commissioner Matlow,
Aye.
Commissioner Porter, Commissioner Richardson,
No.
Commissioner Williams.
Did you hear me?
No.
Commissioner Caban, Commissioner Cummings,
No.
Commissioner Maddox,
No.
Commissioner Minor,
No.
Commissioner O'Keefe,
Yes.
Commissioner Proctor,
No.
and Commissioner Welch.
Commissioner Welch, it's your vote. Thank you, commissioners. Hold on a second. Okay, that motion fails. Commissioner O'Keefe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've run into, and we see at this meeting, and I think, and people have asked me, in fact, news people have asked over the past summer, why aren't we getting our meetings done? Like, why do we are at third meeting? Why are we seem so unorganized? And I think, I was thinking about it, and I think part of it is, and it was expressed throughout this meeting, that we may feel like we don't get back what we necessarily ask for. And we've also run into, in some cases, and we also run into legal differences. And what we've established at this meeting is that unlike at the county, I can speak for, where the county attorney reports directly to the board, here, perhaps we put some of our directors and the blueprint attorney in a difficult position sometimes because that is not here. That person, as we've discussed, reports to either the IMC, I'm not sure if it's the IMC or the directors who report to the IMC. And so and I think that we could clear a lot of this up. And I think that it's necessary for a board of directors to have a legal expert directly serving our interest when we oversee an organization like we have at the county. And so I make a motion to have staff bring back an item to establish the position of an attorney specifically under the direction and representative of this board of directors.
Second. Is there a second? Commissioner Porter? Discussion. Commissioner Williams-Cox?
Madam Chair, you know, I don't know where to begin with that. I understand that, but I think that is, personally, I think that's completely insulting because we have a qualified, very experienced attorney who is the blueprint attorney. Regardless of who she was hired by, she responds to us. Well, you may disagree, but every question I've asked, she's responded to. But this is the structure that was established, and to me, it's insulting. She may not feel that way, but if I was in her shoes, I would be insulted because she is a bar certified, qualified attorney who does nothing but blueprint. The county and city attorneys do all this other stuff that we have to do for our different organizations. She's focused on blueprint. And so I will not support bringing more people into this circus because somebody doesn't understand the process. Just like government was set up before we got here, this was set up before we got here. Now, there may be a time when we need to make changes and make tweaks, but this is absolutely, to me, insulting. I'm insulted by that because someone may not get the answers that they think they want. I haven't spent a day in law school.
On point, Madam Chair. Can comments be directed to the chair? Can comments be directed to the chair, please?
Commissioner Matlow, please. Let's keep order. I've recognized Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox.
Commissioner Williams-Cox is out of order.
We'll recognize. No.
Point of order. Point of order.
Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox has the floor. We need to keep order. Let's respect each other.
I sat here and Madam Chair, I sat here and listened to this back and forth interrogation of someone who's trying to invest in our community. I haven't spent a day in law school, but I trust people who have because I believe they know the law. And if they don't know the law, they know how to go and get a response for the law. So yeah, I'm insulted. you may not amend it that way. She won't say it, but I'll say it for her.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Richardson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I agree wholeheartedly with Commissioner Williams-Cox. That was an insult. Our attorney adheres to the highest legal and ethical standards of her profession. She does not answer to who hires her, because she could lose her law license acting in an unethical or illegal way in that manner. I feel that it was an insult to her. And I don't think we need to bring another person on board paying another salary and benefits. I think that is an irresponsible use of taxpayer dollars. I think we've got the best attorney that we can get. She gives us good advice when we ask for it and take briefings. And I think we should move on with what the staffing structure that we have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Richardson. Commissioner Porter?
Sure. I just want to I would like clarification from you, Commissioner O'Keefe, of what the motion specifically was, because what I seconded was not what I've heard described.
Sure.
Or my impression.
Sure. My motion was to have an agenda item come back to establish a new attorney position that directly reports to this board of directors.
Okay, I respectfully would withdraw my second. I'm interested in having a conversation that was initiated at our last meeting about restructuring the board so that, like at the city and the county, the director, perhaps the attorney, reports to the board. That was more in line with what I thought we were discussing. But I will say on record that our loyalty, or my loyalty, is never to a single individual. It's never to a single staff member. It is to the people. And it is, in my view, inappropriate that we make these things personal and that it is for some reason inappropriate for us to question staff or have questions to staff. That is part of this job. That is part of accountability and oversight. And I would love to see us move beyond that so that we can have questions and that be acceptable and our own form of oversight. So I do want to put that on the record, but I will withdraw my second because that was not, I misunderstood your motion.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Porter. So is there a second for Commissioner O'Keefe's motion?
I'll withdraw my motion, and I look forward to hearing it this different.
Thank you. Motion has been withdrawn. Are there any other comments from commissioners? Staff? Awesome. So I declare this meeting adjourned.